the Energy Amendment Bill, Bill number 42 of the year 2023. It is a bill originating from the Senate, and the National Assembly will be considering the bill. Remember, there are some of the bills that need concurrence of both houses. Among them, or such bills, or those bills, is the Energy Amendment Bill of the year 2023, coming from the Senate. But the National Assembly will also be considering the bill. And the principal object of this bill is to amend the Energy Act of the year 2019 to provide for matters transparency in energy purchase agreements. Our dear viewers, if you're just asking yourself about the rationale of the Energy Amendment Bill of the year 2023, the rationale is for disclosure of the beneficial ownership information to create an accurate public disclosure regime that provides for transparency in the beneficial ownership as well as control structures of energy companies. The bill aids in not only promoting investor confidence and good corporate governance practices, but also uncovering tax evasion schemes, money laundering practices, and corruption schemes. If you're just joining us, the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Dr. Moses Wetangula, is in the chambers this afternoon. Allow me to hand over for this live broadcast. My name is Gladys Mungai. Enjoy your viewing.
Waheshimiwa, tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umetoa nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu. Tukusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao wameridhika kutuita tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Tunakuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote atakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako siendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao wamezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Do we have quorum? Yeah. Sergeant, ring the quorum bell.
The Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Dr. Moses Wetangula, currently presiding over the business of the National Assembly, has directed the Sergeant at Arms to ring the quorum bell. And this directive is guided by the House Standing Orders number 34 on matters quorum. At the moment, the House is experiencing a small quorum hitch that will be rectified any moment from now by the members present within the presence of Parliament, making their way into the chamber this afternoon to allow the House to properly quorate. The National Assembly needs at least 50 members for the House to commence the consideration of a number of business before it, the business being motions, petitions, as well as statements. As we await for that quorum to be attained, our dear viewers, allow me to take to keep taking you through the highlights of the agenda prioritized during today's afternoon sitting of the National Assembly. And remember, you can also watch this live broadcast courtesy of our YouTube channels, and that is Parliament of Kenya, as well as on KBC Channel 1. And you can follow this live proceedings courtesy of our Signet channel, and that is Bunge TV on Signet. The National Assembly will be considering the petition regarding the banning of TikTok in Kenya. This was a petition done to the National Assembly, and the Committee on Public Petitions delved into this request by the petitioner for the Parliament of Kenya to consider banning the platform called TikTok. So this motion is coming up for consideration by the chairperson. The consideration is by the National Assembly, and the motion is being done.
Honorable members, we now have quorum to transact business. Clerk.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Pass on their feet, take your seats. DK, take the nearest seat. Honorable members, allow me to recognize a delegation from the Somali regional state in the Federal Republic of Ethiopia. Honorable members, I wish to introduce to you a delegation from the Somali regional state in the Federal Republic of Ethiopia, seated in the Speaker's row. They are His Excellency Ibrahim Farah, Vice President, Somali Regional State Head of Delegation. His Excellency Ambassador Basha Debele Buta, Ambassador of Ethiopia to Kenya. Dr. Hussein Kazim, Chief of Cabinet. Mr. Ahmed Weli Shamake, President, Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Abdi Mahdi, Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Mohammed Omer, Chamber of Commerce and Deputy President of Somali Region. Mr. Yassin Osman, Chamber of Commerce. Honorable members, the delegation accompanied by 2 officers is on a visit to our Parliament to learn from various committees of the National Assembly and network with members of Parliament. On my behalf and that of the National Assembly, I extend a warm welcome to the delegation and wish them fruitful engagements and enjoyable stay in our beautiful country. I also wish to allow the Honorable Major Bashir to lead the House into welcoming them. Major Bashir, you have...
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also wish to take this opportunity to welcome His Excellency, the Vice President of the Somali region of Ethiopia and his delegation. You are most welcome to Kenya and this Parliament. I'm sure your engagement with Kenyans will make prosperity for both our countries. And we wish you all the best as you stay and make engagements with fellow Kenyans and fellow lawmakers. Most importantly, you know, Kenya and Ethiopia have a good relationship over the years, and we expect the same to continue. Honorable Speaker, in the near future, the Kenya government is also engaging to tap power from that side so that Mandera can get connected to the grid. And so we appreciate that that power line will pass through the region and pass our regards to His Excellency the President. You are most welcome.
Junet.
Mr. Speaker, I also would like to join Honorable Bashir in welcoming the Vice President of the Region 5 of the Somali region, Mr. Speaker of Ethiopia. Mr. Speaker, Ethiopia is the next frontier of business. And as you know, we have a long border with the Ethiopian country. Mr. Speaker, for those of us who traveled to Addis Ababa the others who went just because of that AU elections, Mr. Speaker, they have seen how Addis Ababa has changed. Addis Ababa now is the new Dubai of Africa, Mr. Speaker. We have a lot of lessons to learn from that country on how they have developed that city to a modern city, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, that city grew in less than 10 years to what it is, Mr. Speaker. If you can walk in the middle of the night at 2 a.m. when we were there, Mr. Speaker, in that city without any fear of your security, of your belongings or anything, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, instead of doing a benchmarking in Europe or America or anywhere else in the world, or in Singapore or wherever you want to go, Mr. Speaker, we need to do a benchmarking on how to develop a city in Addis Ababa, Mr. Speaker. This is also a country with a population of 100 million people. Investors from Kenya have gone there, led by Safaricom. Mr. Speaker, the Safaricom has 30 million clients, for example, in Kenya. In 5 years, they have gotten 20 million customers in Ethiopia in 5 years. And here, in 20 years, they got 30 million people. Mr. Speaker, we want to urge the Ethiopian government to open up their financial sector so that Kenyans can go and invest there and Ethiopians can come and invest there. Mr. Speaker, that is going to be the biggest economy in Africa in the next 5 years. And I want to congratulate the Prime Minister of Ethiopia, Abiy Ahmed, for the good work he's doing in that country, as much as Kenya is also doing, and I want to invite them to join the East African community so that trade can be seamless between Kenya and Ethiopia, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a country that has not been colonized ever in their life, so they know what freedom is. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge, as Kenya, we have a port through the Lapset, the Lamu, South Sudan corridor. Mr. Speaker, that port should be dedicated to the Ethiopian country of 130 million people, because that port is going to serve the Ethiopian people the way they want it, and we should give it to them, Mr. Speaker. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, Ethiopia has the cheapest electricity in Africa, and God has put us as their neighbors. Mr. Speaker, we should import from that country a lot of electricity because electricity is expensive in our country. With those few remarks, I want to welcome the delegation from Ethiopia, led by the Vice President, that this is your second home. You can come here anytime you feel like. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I wanted to break the monotony so that it doesn't look like this delegation is being welcomed by only members from the Somali region in Kenya. Although Honorable Junet, the leader of minority, is a Luo Somali. Is officially...
Yes, Junet, what is it?
Mr. Speaker, you know this is a house of record. And I think somebody has sent the majority leader to destroy my political career. Mr. Speaker, I am a Somali by birth, but I have ceased to be one long time ago politically. So please, be careful.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I was correcting only that he did listen, that although he was born a Somali, he is a Luo. He's an assimilated Luo and naturalized Luo. And allow me, Honorable Speaker, also to welcome this delegation from Somaliland. And as Honorable Bashir and the leader of minority have said, from the Somali region in Ethiopia, that to re-emphasize what they have already said, that Ethiopia remains a very critical partner to our nation. And Honorable Speaker, not just in terms of trade in the issues that Honorable Junet has spoken to, but also in food security. Ethiopia is not just giving us cheap power, but also helping us with food security, Honorable Speaker. Almost 50% of the beans that we consume in this country comes from Ethiopia. And a bit of wheat and barley that comes from Ethiopia. And definitely, Honorable Speaker, even meat, because I'm a trader in meat, there's a lot of beef cattle that comes from Ethiopia and finds its way to our dinner tables in this country. And as we welcome this delegation, we want to request you to continue deepening and tightening the relationship between our country and your country. And as much as we compete on the athletics field, that we compete, and when we win, cheers as much as we cheer you when you win on the athletics field. But it is possible to integrate our region and grow together, grow our economies together. Safaricom, that is a Kenyan company, is doing well in Ethiopia, and as the leader of minority has requested, we would pray to a time when you completely open up the financial services sector in your country to allow even fintechs, because Kenya is a home of technology. Kenya is the home of very innovative young men and women who can invest in your country. And we look forward to the opening up of your economy to get more fintechs and people investing in the financial service sector in the Ethiopian economy. Because being a big country with a huge population, it has a very good potential of creating a good market for Kenyan businesses, and also the same way that your farmers are benefiting from the Kenyan economy in a big way. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I welcome that delegation.
Para. 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I join my colleagues in welcoming the delegation from the Somali region of Ethiopia. Mr. Speaker, it's now 60 plus years since we got independence. And more important than anything else is the need for us to have a people-to-people integration. And the only way to do that is for the countries in the region to open up. Open up, so that this potential that essentially extends all the way from Sudan, Eritrea, Somalia, Djibouti, Kenya, Ethiopia, and the wider East Africa. Mr. Speaker, can you protect me from Junet and his colleagues here? Junet. Mr. Speaker.
Order, you're out of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are looking at that kind of an economy. We are looking at an economy that is probably the size of Europe, both in terms of population and in terms of resources. And once we are all able to open up all those countries, about 11 of them, and then create what we call both we remove all the tariff and non-tariff barriers to trade and movement. We also have a democracy in all those countries and systems in which we can relate to one another. I think we will consign poverty and underdevelopment in Africa to history. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
I am also promoting that, and I want to see the wider integration of the Horn of Africa and the East African community. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll stop there. Allow me, honorable members, to also acknowledge in the Speaker's Gallery, Kwale Girls High School from Matuga in Kwale, Iku Girls High School from Chuka, Igambangombe, Tharaka Nithi, and in the public gallery, Othaya Boys High School from Othaya, Nyeri, and Kangema Boys High School from Kangema in Muranga. I have been requested by Honorable Masito, the women rep for Kwale, to welcome the school from her county, and you can do so with all the schools on behalf of your colleagues.
Basi nishukuru sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na niwashukuru wanafunzi wote ambao wameweza kufika katika bunge hili la kitaifa leo hii kuweza kujionea au kusoma mambo ambayo yanaendelea katika bunge hili na wabunge wao vile wanavyofanya kazi. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni jambo la kutia moyo ukiona vijana wadogo hao wamejikakamua kutoka sehemu tofauti, lakini kuhakikisha wanataka kujua yale yanayosibu au yale yanayoendelea, na kuona wajumbe wao wakati wanatengeneza sheria ambazo zinawahusu wao na zinahusu taifa hili. Wanafunzi, niwaambie kupitia kwa Mheshimiwa Spika, ni elimu peke yake ndio itaweza kutofautisha au kuweka sawa maisha ya mtoto wa kimaskini na mtoto wa kitajiri. Muzidi kutia bidii kwa sala la elimu. Hakuna kitu chengine ambacho kitawafaa. Hakuna urathi wengine ambao kama wazazi tutawaachia nyinyi watoto isipokuwa elimu. Niseme karibuni sana katika bunge hili, na karibuni Kanairo. Huko kunaitwa Kanairo. Ukifika huku hausemi Nairobi, unasema Kanairo. Kwa hivyo karibuni sana, na niseme asante Mheshimiwa Speaker. Kanairo.
Thank you, Masito. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome all the students and those accompanying them and their teachers to the House of Parliament. Next order.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think this is my first time to appear in this house this year, and I want to wish everybody a happy parliamentary year.
Very good.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 17th February 2026. A, the legal notice number 4 of 2026 relating to the consolidated music and audio-visual works tariffs, the report on the public participation and the certificates of compliance with the Statutory Instruments Act 2013 from the Ministry of Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports. B, Auditor General's report on national government for the financial year 2024-2025. C, Auditor General's report on the national government funds for the financial year 2024-2025. D, Intergovernmental Partnership Agreement between national government through the Ministry of Education and County Government of Kwale. E, Intergovernmental Partnership Agreement between national government through the Ministry of Education and the County Government of Tana River. And F, reports of the Auditor General financial statements on the National Government Constituencies Development Fund for the year 30th June 2025 in the certificates therein in respect of the following constituencies. 1, Aina Moi, Baringo Central, Bobasi, Bomachoga Chache, Bomet Central, Bomet East, Bonchari, Borabu, Budalangi, Chepalungu, Chesumei, Embakasi Central, Embakasi South, Embakasi West, Engwen, Edebes, Funyula, Gatundu South, Gilgil, Isiolo South, Jomvu, Juja, Kabete, Kabondo Kasipul, Kaloleni, Kandui, Kasipul, Kapseret, Karachuonyo, Kasarani, Keyo North, Keyo South, Kuresoi North, Keses, Kikuyu, Kipkelion West, Kirinyaga Central, Kisumu Central, Kisumu East, Kitui East, Kitui Rural, Kitui South, Kitutu Chache North, Kitutu Masaba, Kwanza, Laisamis, Lari, Likoni, Luanda, and at number 50, Lunga Lunga. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay. Thank you very much.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Chairperson, Public Petitions Committee. Karemba.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion: that this House adopts the report of the Public Petitions Committee on its consideration of a public petition number 76 of 2023 regarding discrimination by the Teachers Service Commission on career progression guidelines for special needs education teachers in Kenya, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 19th November 2025. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chairperson, Committee on Delegated Legislation, Vice Chair Gishimu.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion: that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the privileges and immunities, the Global Center for Adaptation Order published as a legal notice number 82 of 2025, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 4th December 2025, and declares that the privileges and immunities, the Global Center for Adaptation under legal notice number 82 of 2025, nullity for failing to comply with Section 17 of the Privileges and Immunities Act, Cap 175, that requires the regulating making authority to submit the draft order for approval by Parliament before publication of the order, and infringing on Article 94, Sub-Article 6 of the Constitution relating to the principles, and Section 13A of the Statutory Instruments Act, Cap 2A. I beg to give notice of motion, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairperson, Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee. Who is the chair of that committee? Mulyungi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to move the following motions, 6 of them on the floor of the House. Number 1, Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the 7th report of the Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the audited accounts of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Board for the financial years 2016-17 to 2021-22, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday.
Order.
On Tuesday.
Mulyungi, order. You read every word as printed.
Yes.
No shortcuts.
For the financial years 2016-17 to 2021-22, laid
You
on
are
the...
out of order. Read every word as printed.
That's
what I have.
Okay. Maybe,
what I have reads
maybe
2016-2017, 2017-2018, 2018-2019, in that order.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2016-2017, 2017-2018, 2018-2019, 2019-2020, 2021-2022, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 2nd of December, 2025.
You've skipped 2020-2021.
2020-2021, 2021-2022.
Yes.
Next. Number 2, Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the 8th report of the Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the audited accounts of the National Government Affirmative Action Fund for the financial years 2016-2017, 2017-2018, 2018-2019, 2019-2020, 2020-2021, 2021-2022, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 2nd of December, 2025. Number 3, Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the 9th report of the Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the audited accounts of the National Government Constituency Development Fund for constituencies in Nakuru County for the financial years 2013-2014, 2014-2015, 2015-2016, 2016-2017, 2017-2018, 2018-2019, 2019-2020, 2020-2021, 2021-2022, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 2nd of December, 2025. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the 10th report of the Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the audited accounts of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund for Lari, Lurambi, Embakasi Central, Kilifi North, and the Muvita constituencies for the financial years 2016-2017, 2017-2018, 2018-2019, 2019-2020, 2020-2021, 2021-2022, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 2nd of December, 2025. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the 11th report of the Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the audited accounts for the National Government Constituency Development Fund for West Mugirango, Bobasi, Awendo, North Imendi, Kirinyaga Central, South Mugirango, Ugenya, Kieni, Kipipiri, Budalangi, and Kiaru constituencies for the financial years 2013-2014, 2014-2015, 2015-2017, 2017-2018, 2018/2019, 2019/2020, 2020/2021, 2021/2022, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 4th of December, 2025. And lastly, Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the 12th report of the Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the audited accounts of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund for constituencies in Uasin Gishu, Nandi, Baringo, and Bomet constituencies for the financial years 2013/2014, 2014/2015, 2015/2016, 2016/2017, 2017/2018, 2018/2019, 2019/2020, 2020/2021, 2021/2022, and 2022/2023, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 4th of December, 2025. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mliungi. Next.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Kandie, is it Kandie who has a statement? Member for Baringo Central. Kandie, go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Pursuant to provision of Standing Order 42C, I rise to request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding the issuance of work permits to foreign nationals. Honorable Speaker, in this era of rapidly expanding international trade and integration of world economies, migration policies must be geared towards building and maintaining a fair opportunity platform for both nationals and foreigners, while protecting vulnerable groups and ensuring sustainable development of the local human resource, while expatriates contribute to the transfer of knowledge, investment, and skill development. It is imperative that their engagement in the local job market does not undermine employment opportunities for qualified Kenyan citizens, especially the youth. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following. 1, a report on the number of foreign nationals who have been issued with work permits in Kenya, indicating the duration of the work permits for the last 5 years. Second, a report on the status of all foreign nationals in Kenya whose permits have expired as at January 2026, and an indication of actions being taken by the Ministry of Interior and National Administration to identify, monitor, legally remove foreign nationals illegally working in the country following expiry of their permits. And 3, the steps being taken by the ministry to ensure foreigners are not issued with work permits for skills that are readily available in the local labor force in order to reduce unemployment rate among Kenyans. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Tongoyo, that is your committee. When can you bring a response?
We can do in 2 weeks' time, Honorable Speaker. These are some of the statements that lapsed was in the 4th session.
Yes.
Yeah, so 2 weeks is enough.
Okay, next. Pardon? First call out order number 9. We dispose of the question.
Order number 9, the Industrial Training Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 50 of 2024, second reading. Question to be put.
Members on their feet, take your seats. Take your seats. Member for Muhoroni, take your seat. Phyllis Barto, take your seat, the nearest to you. Honorable members, I'll now put the question at order number 9, which is that the Industrial Training Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 50 of 2024, be now read a second time. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Industrial Training Act and for connected purposes.
Next.
Order number 8, procedural motion, extension of a period for consideration of 2 statutory instruments.
Gishimo.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that pursuant to the provisions of Section 15(3) of the Statutory Instruments Act, Cap 2A, this House resolves to extend the period for consideration of the following statutory instruments by a period of 14 days with effect from 17 February 2026.
Order, Gishimo. Read the motion and move it as is listed on the order paper. There's a variance of what you are saying and what is on the order paper. Start afresh.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm well updated now. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that pursuant to the provisions of Section 15, subsection 3 of the Statutory Instruments Act, Cap 2A, this House resolves to extend the period for consideration of the following statutory instruments by a period of 21 days with effect from 17th February 2026. 1, the Kenya Roads Board Fund Additional Funding Regulation 2025 Legal Notice number 156 of 2025, and 2, the National Police Service Commission Retirement and Appointment Regulations 2025 Legal Notice number 159 of 2025. Honorable Speaker, this is just a procedural motion to seek to extend the period for consideration of the 2 sets of regulations as listed. And Honorable Speaker, the first one on the Kenya Roads Bond Fund Additional Funding Regulation 2025 Legal Notice number 156 of 2025. Honorable Speaker, this is a matter that was scheduled for consideration before the committee today, and the CS responsible for matters transport and roads, CS Churchill, was meant to appear before the committee today. However, as it is a matter of common knowledge, there is an ongoing strike by the KCAA staff. And Honorable Member, that is a matter of great national importance and even great national security in terms of the flights. Honorable Speaker, that strike has even affected a number of members of this House because they were not able even to travel back to Nairobi from the constituency, including the chair of the Committee on Delegated Legislation. And Honorable Speaker, we felt that it is important to seek approval of this House for the extension of the period for us to be able, as a committee, to consider that set of regulation. Honorable Speaker, the second set of regulation, it's also a matter of common knowledge and judicial notice that there has been a case involving the National Police Service and some other people in respect of the regulations for recruitment and appointments. And Honorable Speaker, today, having been the last day to consider the matters, and having been the very first day that we came from, or resumed from the recess, and also considering that there were changes in the leadership of the clerks of the committees, this is the only day that we are able to resume, and we are not able to consider these regulations. Honorable Speaker, that is why we are also seeking this Honorable Court's approval for extension of the period so that we can consider these two very important sets of regulations, Honorable Speaker. And without belaboring the point, it's a very straightforward motion. It's a procedural motion, and I I beg to move and request Honorable Member for Kadhiani, Honorable Robert Bui, to second.
Hold on. What's the point of order, Bukosi?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you know Honorable Kishimu, the Vice Chair, made a statement that the strike is still on. But I'm aware that the strike has ended and the operations have resumed. So I think the member needs to have been updated on that.
He said in the morning when the minister was supposed to appear before them,
yes,
he was engaged with the strike matters. The strike may be off now, but in the morning it wasn't.
But he needed to update that the strike is all off now.
Maybe
so
he doesn't know.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. How he's informed.
Yes.
Robert Mbui.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the procedural motion for extension of time for consideration of those two sets of regulations, because we just come from a long recess, and Mr. Speaker, the time between tabling and the consideration kind of lapsed when we were on recess. And so that we can do justice to these two regulations, it would make sense that we get a bit more time so that we can be able to address it. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that within 2 weeks, we'll definitely have sorted out this matter. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I second.
Thank you. Order, members on their feet. Take your seats. Members on their feet, take your seats. Deputy Speaker, take your seat. Honorable members, I now propose the question at order number 8, which is that, pursuant the provisions of Section 15(3) of the Statutory Instruments Act, Cap 2A, this House resolves to extend the period for consideration of the following statutory instruments by a period of 21 days with effect from 17th February 2026. 1. The Kenya Roads Board Fund, Additional Funding Regulations 2025, Legal Notice number 156 of 2025. And 2. The National Police Service Commission Recruitment and Appointment Regulations 2025, Legal Notice number 159 of 2025. Do we put the question? I'll now put the question, honorable members, at order number 8, which is that, pursuant to the provisions of Section 15(3) of the Statutory Instruments Act, Cap 2A, this House resolves to extend the period for consideration of the following statutory instruments by a period of 21 days with effect from 17th February 2026. 1. The Kenya Roads Board Fund, Additional Funding Regulations 2025, Legal Notice number 156 of 2025, and 2. The National Police Service Commission Recruitment and Appointment Regulations 2025, Legal Notice number 159 of 2025. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. With those of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Next.
Order number 10, Committee of the Whole House.
Before that, so rescind that call to order number 10. Yes, the Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I wanted to beg your indulgence on this order number 10 on the Committee of the Whole House, because there are quite a number of amendments that have been proposed to this judge's retirement bill, and which we have agreed with the Honorable Chair, Honorable Murugara, to just consolidate all those amendments and agree so that we do not have too many amendments that may negate the intent of this bill. And we have an agreement that we will be able to do that today and tomorrow, so that we finalize with this committee of the whole house on this bill before the end of this week. Therefore, I wanted your indulgence to drop this from the order paper today to a later time in the course of this week.
Murugara.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I do confirm that is the position. We have quite a number of amendments proposed, and even another one is actually being worked on by the Secretariat, and we need just a little more time, and a day or two we'll have finalized, and we'll be able to prosecute the third reading of the bill. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. I concede to the request and order that the matter be stayed and be placed on the order paper on Thursday this week in the afternoon sitting at 2:30. Try and finish up with what you are doing. Next.
Order number 11, the Energy Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 42 of 2023, second reading.
Before we go to that, Korere.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I rise on a point of order under the standing orders regarding the dishonorable remarks made by Honorable Member of Kitutu Churches South, the Honorable Anthony Kibagendi, MP, touching on the authority and impartiality of the Speaker and Presidium of this National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, the Speakership of this August House of Parliament, presently held by yourself, embodies the authority, dignity on the office of the Speaker, is not just attack on you, Honorable Speaker, but is indeed an attack on this House itself. Indeed, our standing orders and long-standing Commonwealth parliamentary tradition require that all members show utmost respect and honor to the chair. Failure to do so is not only detrimental to the dignity of the Presidium, but also undermines the order, decorum, and the credibility of the House and its proceedings. Honorable Speaker, it is despicable that, conscious of the revered position of the Speaker of the House, the Honorable Member for Kitutu Churches South, the Honorable Anthony Kibagendi MP, who in the course of his contributions made in platforms outside the floor of this House, made remarks that were disparaging to the office of the Speaker and the Presidium of this Honorable House. For the record, Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Kibagendi made remarks to the effect that you, Honorable Speaker, have auctioned the House. These remarks are quite contemptible, given that we all know very well that the Speaker presides over the House on this principle of impartiality and is guided by the rules of the House. Commonwealth traditions further, the decisions that the Speaker pronounces are not his, they are decisions made by the House, in which the Speaker neither has a say nor a vote. Honorable Speaker, I therefore seek your guidance and intervention on this matter, particularly on whether the Honorable Kibagendi ought to continue to sit in this House and in its committees, as he should be held accountable for his disparaging remarks. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think on the behalf of the members of Parliament, we want to just say that we take great exception of the words used and the statements made by Honorable Kibagendi while on Citizen TV this morning. I think he has acted in a disorderly manner. he has cast aspersions on the character of the Speaker, the character of the Deputy Speaker, and the character of the entire Presidium. He has also tried to ruin the name of Parliament.
Yes,
he has said
Wanjala,
things that
what is
he's
the point of
unable
order?
to substantiate.
Order. Wanjala, what's the point of order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The issue the Honorable Member has raised is a very serious issue for somebody to disparage the Parliament in which he's in. I would ask the House, Mr. Speaker, I've looked around, I can't see Kibagendi.
He is there.
Oh, thank you. Proceed, Mr. Speaker.
Go on, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Wanjala. Unlike Honorable Kibagendi, we don't cast aspersions on the character of someone or say things about a person when they are not present to be able to substantiate or to be able to defend themselves. The Right Honorable Speaker was not at Citizen TV. It was rather unfair and unbecoming of a member of Parliament to cast aspersions on the character of the Speaker without knowing that the Speaker, full well the Speaker, was not going to have an opportunity to defend himself. I think that is wrong. And if you ask me, Honorable Speaker, I think we should be asking that he be suspended from the House for the maximum period allowable, which is 28 days. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Mama Migori.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. First of all, on behalf of Kibagendi, I will apologize to this House. Unfortunately, the so-called Honorable Kibagendi is one man who never comes to this House. And even when he comes, he never even contributes. In actual sense, Kibagendi has no reason to be in this House. And his constituents should really be sympathetic to what they did by voting such a man who goes talking about the same Parliament that he doesn't even understand anything about. I have never had this man contribute to anything to do with his constituents. But when he goes on TV, he wants to do showbiz. Honorable Kibagendi, I was elected by over 200,000 votes. You have no reason to go and tell other people that our house has been auctioned. I am here every day as a first-timer working so hard to contribute to my constituents and the country. But you can't go out there to do showbiz out of desperation and embarrass a house that has dignified members of Parliament.
Order, members. Order. Honorable members. Order. Donya, order. Honorable members, this is one case of what lawyers and judges would say, contempt in the face of the court. I happened to listen to this discourse this morning. There was Honorable Robert Mbui, the Honorable Madenge, and the Honorable Kibagendi. I was horrified to hear the things that Honorable Kibagendi said. That this house has been auctioned. I don't know where the auction ring was and who was holding the hammer. That this house is now an appendage to the executive, and the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker have destroyed and ruined this house, and many other things with a lot of anger. I could see Robert Mbui looking very embarrassed sitting next to him as he said all these things. The Speaker of this House does not have a vote. The Speaker of this House does not participate in debate. The Speaker of this House does not generate debate. The Speaker does not bring any motion to this House. The Speaker does not bring any bill to this House. And the Speaker, even when you vote on matters, when you have roll calls, appoints tellers who bring the outcome to the Speaker to announce the results. The Speaker doesn't even count those votes. And I want to tell this House and the country, for the record, that since I became your Speaker, and I'm a God-fearing and practicing Christian, nobody, and I repeat, nobody, has ever called me as your Speaker to tell me what to do or not to do. And if anybody did, I will reject it. because you voted for me and I took an oath of office to preside over your proceedings without fear, favor, prejudice, or ill will. And I've done so very diligently. I'm human. I could have made an erroneous ruling. I could have made a ruling that displeases anybody. But the rulings I make here are buttressed by the law. I may misinterpret the law like many lawyers can do, but that is the right I have as your speaker. So for you as a member of this house, first to say the house has been auctioned, then you have no business to sit in an auctioned house. So what, and this is not a matter I'm going to invite the member to explain himself, because I saw and heard with my own eyes and ears. So Honorable Kibagendi, you will be excluded from the sitting of this house until you bring a properly worded apology, not to me. I'm used to being insulted, to the house, for bringing the house in disrepute, and that apology should be delivered to the clerk. It will be looked at carefully. If the wording is acceptable, then it will be brought to the house and you will be allowed to come back to the house. For now, you are excluded from the proceedings of this house, the pressings of Parliament, the committee sittings, including your office in Parliament. Kibagendi, you are now a stranger in the house and in the presence of Parliament. Let the stranger leave the house first. Order, Kibagendi, you are now a stranger in the house. And in the presence of Parliament, Sergeant, ensure that he does not enjoy the facilities of Parliament, including an office provided by Parliament. Yes, Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, let me begin by thanking you for the action that you have just taken, Honorable Speaker, because as you have rightly put it, it is about the dignity of this House, not the person of the Speaker. It is not about Honorable Kibagendi as a member of Parliament or even as a person, but about the dignity of this House, Honorable Speaker. And I really want to plead with all of us. Honorable Speaker, if we read our own standing orders, Standing Order 107 and 107A, 107.1G clearly says that a member commits an act of disorderly conduct if the member makes allegations without adequate substantiation. Honorable Speaker, if you listen to what Honorable Kibagendi was saying on national TV this morning, he had no substantiation of how this house has been auctioned. And even saying very disparaging things about the Deputy Speaker, who in any case was supposed to be in that show, or rather on that show, together with the Honorable Robert Mbui. Honorable Kibagendi is having his first term. He has only been in this house for 2 years, and I must agree with the member for Migori County. The member has never brought a single motion, has never proposed a single bill, and has never in any manner contributed meaningfully to any debate in this house. The best Honorable Kibagendi will do is to be disruptive of other members when they are making very substantive contributions to meaningful business. And I honestly sympathize with his constituents. Because when I look at even NGCDF reports, this is one of the most mismanaged constituencies in this country. Therefore, when you find a member disparaging a house he sits in, and indeed I looked at him, Honorable Speaker, and I couldn't help sympathize with the member because he had a lot of misplaced anger. And you could tell he has misplaced anger. And that misplaced anger is not with the house. It is with your own performance as a member of parliament. Honorable Robert Mbui, who was seated on that show, is serving his third term. And I was praying Honorable Robert Mbui would advise him, and I hope you did, Honorable Robert, after the show, that it serves you no good as a first-time member of parliament to disparage and indignify the house that you sit in, hoping or assuming that it will cure other inadequacies that maybe you may have as a member of parliament in your own constituency or out there, that it serves you better when you dignify the house. Because in this house, when you have experienced members like Robert Mbui, like the Deputy Speaker who is also serving her third term now, they are more likely to advise you on how even to conduct affairs in your own constituency other than disparaging. I know the Honorable Deputy Speaker was saying to have fear to appear on the show. And in fact, if you listen, you hear the anchor, the news anchor, or the host of that show correcting him and telling him he even has an apology from the Deputy Speaker because she was tied up in Eldoret and was on the road driving because of the unfortunate strike by KCA officers. And I know there are many members, including our chair of the jailer committee, who are stuck in Eldoret. I know Honorable Samuel Boroto has told me this morning he could not make it because he was also on the road. He missed his flight and they were stuck in Eldoret for some time. And therefore, the things Honorable Kibagendi was saying should not be excusable for any member, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, this is a matter, it is good that you have taken action because I wanted to ask the Honorable Sarah Korere to move that we name Honorable Kibagendi and we commit him to the Powers and Privileges Committee. But Honorable Speaker, let me take this opportunity to thank you because I'll be raising another issue tomorrow because in your standing as Speaker, you have done what is right to protect the dignity of this House. Because, Honorable Speaker, whenever a matter is raised, whether it is in committee, in the House, or outside the House, that touches on our dignity, it is all of us collectively, Honorable Speaker. You know, when you hear people are collecting money here and left, right, and center out there, and we do not take a position as a House, then we all stand accused, Honorable Speaker. When we are said to have been auctioned, Honorable Speaker, you know, serious people like Senior Counsel Otiende Omolo, can you imagine now who would auction Otiende Omolo? Who would auction TJ Kajwang? Or an elder like Professor Nyikal, a man who sits through this House from 2:30 to 7 p.m. at times to midnight, when Anthony Kibagendi, who is younger and who is more resilient to sit for hours, hardly sits in this House for 30 minutes. So even when the House was being auctioned, where were you, Honorable Kibagendi? And he should be ashamed of himself, Honorable Speaker. And if he does not apologize, Honorable Speaker, in a manner that is acceptable to the House, Honorable Speaker, we must take more decisive action on the Honorable Kibagendi. Yes, we must take into our Powers and Privileges Committee, Honorable Speaker. And with that, Honorable Speaker, I must say it is very embarrassing and shameful for Honorable Kibagendi to have done what he did. And thank you, Honorable Speaker,
Honorable
for
members,
dignifying this House.
Those who may wish to comment on this will do so when the apology comes. But what I want to encourage you members, there are members in this House, such as TJ Kajwang, James Nyikal, the elders. Bukose is approaching that level, Raso, Rindikiri, Murugara, and others, who sit in this House from 2:30, sometimes to 9 p.m., participating in debates. And when you go out there and besmirch the House, don't think that your own character is safe. The moment you say the House is auctioned, you are part of the auctioned material. Try and conduct ourselves with decorum. You know, when you go to TVs, know that the whole world is watching. Your wife is watching, your children are watching, your husband is watching, your constituents are watching. We are all watching. And you are privileged to be 290 members out of 56 million to represent the people of Kenya. So you carry enormous responsibility on behalf of our people. How you conduct yourself? 349. I was talking of the constituencies, minus, sorry, Cynthia. I forgot that we have 47 women members of parliament. And there are some very young members of parliament here who I sit in my chamber and I see them participating in debate very meaningfully. Gisairo here is a first-timer. I see his production. Cynthia Muge here and others who are first-timers, but you can see substance. That I haven't mentioned you doesn't mean that I've excluded you. You are all extremely good people. I want to urge the seniors, TJ and others, mentor these young members of parliament so that the moment you see a camera and a TV screen, you get excited and take leave of what is reasonable. That is not good for this house. And as long as I'm your speaker, I'll protect your dignity and the dignity of the house. I leave it there. Next. Yes, Gikaria, your order has been called. Are you ready to move? Members, Honorable Gikaria says he is requesting, go and put it on record. Give him the mic.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to ask for a leave that we are not ready because we are just from report writing on the field development plan. If I could be given an opportunity tomorrow in the morning or in the afternoon, I'll be able to execute that.
Request granted. Next order.
Thank you.
Order number 12, motion, consideration of a petition regarding pollution of River Athi.
Karemba, you are ready? Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Public Petitions Committee on Public Petition number 11 of 2022 regarding pollution of River Athi. Honorable Speaker, the role of oversight over public affairs is a core mandate of the National Assembly as stipulated under the Constitution of Kenya 2010. In fulfillment of this constitutional duty, the Public Petitions Committee is mandated under Standing Orders 208A to B to consider all public petitions presented tabled in the House. The Public Petitions number 11 of 2022, presented by Honorable Vincent Musyoka, MP, member for Mwala constituency, raised serious concerns regarding the sustained pollution of River Athi and its devastating environmental and socio-economic impact on the communities downstream. The petitioner specifically sought an inquiry, enforcement of the environmental laws, a comprehensive restoration plan, and a framework for compensation to the affected communities. Honorable Speaker, the committee undertook a comprehensive examination of the petition. We received oral and written submissions from various stakeholders, including 1, the petitioners, 2, Water Resource Authority, 3, Tana and Athi Rivers Development Authority, TADA, the County Government of Machakos, the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry and National Environment Management Authority, Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation, Export Processing Zone Authority, and Ministry of Interior and National Administration. To gain a practical understanding of the situation, the committee also conducted extensive site visits to the critical areas along the River Athi, both upstream in Mlolongo, Mavoko, and Athi River, EPZA, and downstream in Kiukuni, Ikalasa Ward, Mwala constituency. These submissions and field observations formed the basis of the committee's findings and recommendations as outlined in the report. Honorable Speaker, having considered all submissions, site visits, reports, and issues for determination, the committee made several key observations and recommendations. And they are as follows. The committee observed that the population of the River Athi is a profound national crisis, largely driven by the following. The River Athi is severely polluted, particularly from its upstream sections, flowing through the industrial zones like Athi River and Mlolongo, with a discharge of raw and poorly treated industrial effluent and domestic sewerage. This pollution has rendered the river water unsafe, and human and livestock consumption, as well as irrigation, especially in the downstream areas of Mwala constituency. 2, there is systemic failure by the key environmental and water regulatory agencies, including the National Environment Management Authority and the Water Resources Authority, to effectively enforce the Environmental Management and Coordination Act, EMCA, and the Water Act. This is evidenced by the continuous illegal discharge of effluent into the river, suggesting a breakdown in the regulatory oversight and compliance monitoring. 3, the lack of adequate and functional common effluent treatment plants and insufficient sewer networks in the industrial and densely populated areas surrounding the river's tributaries are primary contributors to the pollution load. Existing infrastructure, where present, is often overwhelmed or dilapidated. The pollution has caused significant public health concerns, including outbreaks of waterborne diseases, and has severely impacted the livelihoods of communities downstream who rely on river for economic activities like farming, fishing, and livestock rearing. This is a notable lack of cohesive, multi-agency approach between the national government, ministries of water and environment, regulatory bodies like NEMA and WRA, and county governments, and that is Machakos County, in addressing the pollution crisis. And Honorable Speaker, these are the committee's key recommendations. In light of the observations made, the committee makes the following recommendations to the relevant state organs for action. 1, to the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry, NEMA and WRA. NEMA and WRA Water Resources Authority shall immediately compel all identified industrial and commercial polluters to cease the discharge of untreated effluent into the River Athi and its tributaries within 30 days of the adoption of this report by the House. Non-compliant facilities must be shut down and legal action initiated against the appropriators. NEMA and Water Resources Authority shall establish a permanent integrated multi-agency surveillance team to continuously monitor effluent discharge quality along the river basin. The team shall submit quarterly compliance reports to the National Assembly. To the Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation and Waterworks Development Agencies shall expedite the planning, funding, and construction of adequate and modern common effluent treatment plants and complete the expansion of sewer networks in the Athi River/Mlolongo industrial cluster to ensure all the sewage and industrial effluent is treated before disposal. The ministry shall allocate adequate resources towards rehabilitation of the dilapidated water and sewerage infrastructure that contributes to overflow and pollution. 3, to the National Treasury and the Ministry of Interior and National Administration, the National Treasury, in conjunction with the Ministry of Interior and National Administration and the County Government of Machakos, shall develop a framework for compensation and remedial measures for the communities in Mwala constituency and other affected areas whose health and livelihoods have been irreversibly harmed by the chronic pollution of River Athi. The National Treasury shall allocate specific funds within the next financial year for the execution of a comprehensive River Athi ecological restoration program as formulated by the Ministry of Environment. To the county government of Machakos, the county government shall enforce strict adherence to solid waste management regulations and ensure that the solid waste is not disposed of on the river, near the river or its banks. Honorable Speaker, I wish to express the committee's gratitude to the petitioners and all stakeholders for the invaluable input which enabled the committee to compile this crucial report. I also extend my sincere appreciation to your office and the office of the Clerk of the National Assembly, and I further thank the honorable members of the Public Petitions Committee for the diligent participation in the deliberations and site visits, as well as the committee secretariat for the professional support in preparing this report. So, Honorable Speaker, I now call upon the Honorable Beatrice Elashi. I beg to move, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move, and I now call the Honorable Beatrice Elashi to second the motion, and I urge the House to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to second that the public petition number 11 of 2022 regarding pollution of River Athi by Honorable Vincent Musyoka. Madam Speaker, when you look at the findings of this petition, you realize, Madam Speaker, that the committee observed that the activities of the industries, companies in the Athi River Basin pose environmental threats to the residents of Athi River. And Madam Speaker, when you look at Athi River, for the many years that we've had challenges with Athi River, you realize even as in Nairobi, Madam Speaker, we are part of the challenge of Athi River because all the pollution that comes from Nairobi River end up flowing into Athi River. Madam Speaker, what the committee also observed is that enforcement actions and inspections by NEMO on the industrial establishments are not satisfactory, meaning that we still need a lot of enforcement to ensure, especially through the industries that are along the river. And Madam Speaker, you realize our sewer line that is more than 400,000 cubic meters becomes a major source of upstream pollution into the Athi River. And so, Madam Speaker, when you look at the recommendations that I can see the SG of ODM is walking in, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the SG of ODM has just walked in and we want to congratulate her. Welcome, Madam Speaker. Welcome, Madam SG. Madam Speaker, allow me to proceed and continue with the recommendations of the committee. So the committee, Madam Speaker, on its prayer is that the committee has engaged with the Government Chemist and National Environmental Authority, NEMA, and the committee recommended that within 60 days, the Government Chemist and the Water Resource Authority, WARA, has the mandate, which has the mandate of water quality sampling and the sample analysis report be used by WARA to ensure restoration orders to the polluting companies. Madam Speaker, you realize the committee also requested that TADA is given a budgetary allocation to spearhead the cleanup of Athi River, to collaborate with other agencies, NEMA, WARA, WASREB, and the county government of Machakos. Madam Speaker, you realize Nairobi now we have started, and we have started cleaning, and I want to thank Governor Sakaja with the whole authority that the president has put in place, and that is now cleaning Nairobi River. When you go to the downstream of Nairobi River, Madam Speaker, you will find that the river is now being cleaned. The other recommendation, Madam Speaker, is that TADA, that the compensation of residents affected by the pollution, the committee rejects the prayers as an issue of compensation, which is best resolved through adjudication, Madam Speaker. On this recommendation, Madam Speaker, we realize if you want to compensate people who have been living along the river, but at the same time are the ones who have polluted the river, then we shall be bringing in a new, you'll find ourselves with many complaints, Madam Speaker, and this will bring in a new precedent that will create a lot of challenges for those who would wish to see all these rivers cleaned and pollution stopped. We will find companies also fighting for compensation because they are also on the rivers, and this will really deter what we are trying to achieve. Madam Speaker, the committee also agreed that in 6 months thereafter, NEMA to take remedial measures against non-compliant companies, industries, including but not limited to revocation of their licenses. In this, Madam Speaker, we are saying all the companies to be given time, but after 6 months, Madam Speaker, allow now the government to take over and ensure that we are able to revoke licenses for those who have refused to comply with the orders that will be given. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation considers the proposals of the petitioners of establishment of recreational walkways to enhance conservation and ecological awareness of riparian land. Madam Speaker, you realize in Nairobi we've had that same challenge, but I also want to thank PS Hinga and CS Alice Wahome for the work they have done. And I'm thinking we already have a good framework, and that framework can also be used, Madam Speaker, to deal with Athi River. So as I finalize, Madam Speaker, the most important thing that the committee felt we need to do is the pending regulations on environment bond that will compel polluting companies to pay a guarantee into the restoration fund to be fast-tracked. And lastly, Madam Speaker, the national government and the county governments of the affected areas in the collaboration with the development partners to ensure provision of adequate sewer system of the affected areas. Madam Speaker, I think this is one area that we have to ask ourselves, how do we now compel government to come up with sewer lines that will be very clear so that we don't have pollution and sewer just entering the different rivers, be it Nairobi River, be it Athi River, and all the tributaries that are around Athi River, which is the main river. So, Madam Speaker, as I support the report, I beg to second. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that this House adopts the report of the Public Petitions Committee on its consideration of Public Petition number 11 of 2022 regarding the pollution of River Athi, laid on the table of this House on Thursday, 11th April 2024. Put the question. Okay, debate. The Honorable Murugara. Those who want to contribute, kindly press the intervention button.
Yes. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I do rise to support this motion that in fact this House agrees and adopts the report of the Public Petitions Committee as regards the consideration of this very important petition that was brought to the House regarding pollution of River Athi at the river, as we popularly know it. And this is a very important report. And it is not just at the river. It is a replica of rivers in the country, in Kenya, and possibly elsewhere in the world. That today, as we speak, our rivers are becoming overly polluted, and this is of great concern to Kenyans as far as their health is concerned. Possibly 80% to 90% of citizens in Kenya rely on water supply from rivers. And these are rivers which we must maintain well, because the water from those rivers is not treated, it is not cured, and it must be kept to the utmost health standards so that our citizens are not affected negatively in terms of their health. So as today we speak about River Athi at the river, we must also extend this to Tana River, which is the river whose water I used when I was a young man for consumption, to feed our domestic needs and for our animals. We must extend what we are proposing for Athi River to Tana River, so that today we know very well, because of the existing drought, waters in most of these rivers is either dried up fully or it has dwindled, as a result of which, if there is any slight pollution, that pollution goes to the consumers, to the users of water from that river. And we must also extend this to the other water masses, because unless we are able to protect our sources of water from pollution, then we cannot guarantee the constitutional right given by Article 43 of our Constitution to a clean environment, clean water, and other rights that are enshrined in our Constitution. Therefore, as we adopt this report, as we look at the mitigation measures which have been proposed by the committee, we must also bear in mind that due to climatic changes, due to what is happening out there, due to failure of rains, we have rivers that have actually dried up. And I have this in my constituency, the Raka, because rivers that serve the Raka emanate from Mount Kenya. And the ice on Mount Kenya has also dwindled, as a result of which very little water flows downwards. And we also know that there are dams that are constructed to try and mitigate water passage downwards, as a result of which some of the rivers that traverse my constituency today have been reduced to ponds and pools. And this is where people draw water from for their use and for the use by their animals. It is exactly what we are saying: avoid pollution, so that the little water that is available is actually fit for human consumption. I therefore support this particular motion, that we protect River Athi and also protect Tana River and the other rivers that flow therefrom. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Yatta, Honorable Robert Basil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The reason why I actually stand to support this particular petition is one, the river cuts through Yatta. And actually, if you look at other river, is one of the backbone in terms of source of water for irrigation for my community. And not Yatta alone, the entire Ukambani, all the way to Indian Ocean, Madam Speaker. So when we talk of pollution into that particular river, Madam Speaker, in principle, we are curtailing source of livelihood for so many households, so many people, Madam Speaker. And the source of this pollution come from, one, from the sewerage discharge, Madam Speaker. It also comes from industrial discharge, Madam Speaker. It also comes from agricultural runoff, Madam Speaker. And if you look at the source of pollution, it is very clear they are related, or the risk, Madam Speaker. And we are talking of carcinogenic elements that could be into the water, Madam Speaker, from chemicals, from agricultural runoff, as well as industrial discharge, Madam Speaker. So importantly, Madam Speaker, there's also loss of aquatic life. We have so many aquatic animals in the river, Madam Speaker, even some which are in the ocean because the river drains all the way to the Indian Ocean, Madam Speaker. Therefore, it's important to promote self-irrigation, Madam Speaker, and that's why I raised to support the petition. And we also need to task NEMA, Madam Speaker, as well as Water Resource Authority, who are given the mandate to regulate the discharge or to regulate cleanliness when it comes to water as well as environment in general, Madam Speaker. Additionally, Madam Speaker, we need to come up with legislation to promote proper sewerage treatment, which is happening globally. If you look at many countries, Madam Speaker, in the world, particularly progressive countries, Madam Speaker, they regulate sewer, or they do sewer treatment, as well as regulation for any discharge that goes to the rivers, Madam Speaker. We also need to promote community-led cleaning into these rivers. We talk of kazi mitaani, among other temporary employment opportunities, which could be given the mandate to support cleanliness and the cleaning of these rivers, Madam Speaker. And then finally, we need to impose strong penalties so that we discourage people who actually discharge waste into our rivers, Madam Speaker. And those few remarks, I second this particular petition and the report from the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Banisa, Honourable Ahmed Hassan. He's not here? Okay. We can move to the next one. Honourable Member for Gadiani.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to also support this petition by the Honourable Member for Mwala. Madam Speaker, the importance of a healthy environment cannot be overemphasized because, I mean, it's a worldwide problem and it's a conversation that is being discussed all over the world because it is actually a matter of concern not only to the current generation but also the future of mankind. And it is shocking that years after independence, we still are questioning the effectiveness of our authorities. Madam Speaker, we have NEMA, the National Environmental Management Authority. And Madam Speaker, the polluters of this Athi River are known. Madam Speaker, the laws against pollution exist. So my question would be, why is it that Kenyans are still suffering? You know, why is it Kenyans are still suffering? The same committee has said that it is an issue of implementation. So clearly it means that there are people in Kenya that are sleeping on the job. People that are earning money from the taxpayer but are not doing what is expected of them so that these problems can be sorted out. Madam Speaker, the effect of this pollution is in a number of diseases. You know, the increase in diseases like cancer must obviously be related to this kind of pollution. Issues to do with skin ailments, issues to do with stomach ailments. So these are things that are a problem. But Madam Speaker, it's important to also try and figure out what solutions do we have. First, I've said that the authorities that are given that mandate must wake up and start doing their work. Madam Speaker, if you remember, when the late Mishuki was the Minister for Environment, he actually cleaned up Nairobi River. These are the kind of leaders we want, people that can be able to put on their boots and get out there and get things done. So we require to have leadership that can be able to make sure that there is no pollution that continues to exist in our rivers. But then, Madam Speaker, there is also a very important solution I wanted to propose. If you look at what has happened, and I think this is being implemented by the US government, when the issue of terrorism became a threat worldwide, they introduced a fund where the terrorists or the financiers of terrorism would have their money taken and it is used to compensate victims of terrorism. Unfortunately, of course, Kenyan victims of the 1998 bomb blast in Cooperative Bank were never paid, other than the ones that own the businesses and the ones that were working in the embassy. The other innocent victims were never paid. But nevertheless, the ones that are American have been compensated. So, Madam Speaker, we need to consider the possibility of surcharging heavily those polluters of this river, so that the money can be used to compensate and pay those that have been victims of their recklessness. With those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I support the petition.
The Honourable Member for Banisa, Ahmed Hassan. Go to the mic next to you, the one on your, yes, that one. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's with profound sense of humility and immense gratitude that I rise today to address this esteemed Parliament for the first time as the duly elected member for Banisa constituency. I stand therefore before you, not just as Ahmed Maalim Hassan, but as a representative of the resilient people of Banisa, who have placed their trust and hope in me during the challenging period. Madam Speaker, my journey to this House is one steeped in both sorrow and renewed sense of purpose. I was elected in a by-election necessitated by the untimely and tragic passing of my dear brother, the late Kulo Maalim Hassan. His dedication to the public service and his unwavering commitment to the people of Banisa left an indelible mark. And his absence is deeply felt, not only by his family, but the entire constituency that he passionately served. I stand here today acutely aware of the large shoes that I have to fill, and I pledge to honor his legacy by striving for the betterment of our people with the same zeal and integrity he exemplified. Madam Speaker, to the constituents of Banisa, I extend my sincerest appreciation for the overwhelming mandate they have bestowed upon me. Your faith in my leadership, even amidst grief, has been a source of immense strength and inspiration. Madam Speaker, I campaigned on a platform of tangible development and progressive change, and I stand here today to reaffirm my unwavering commitment to delivering on every promises I made. My leadership will be characterized by sobriety, inclusivity, and insightful approach to the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead for Banisa. Together, we shall work towards a future where every voice is heard and every aspiration is within reach. Honorable Madam Speaker, I must at this juncture draw the urgent attention of this House to a matter of grave concern that is currently afflicting my constituency and indeed the entire Mandera County and Northeastern region. That's the devastating drought crisis. Our people, predominantly pastoralists, are facing unprecedented hardship. Water sources have dried up. Livestock, which are the lifeline of our communities, are perishing at an alarming rate. And families are struggling to secure even the most basic sustenance. The humanitarian situation there is dire, with millions across northern Kenya facing worsening food insecurity. Madam Speaker, as I commend the ongoing effort, I also wish to acknowledge the specific intervention already in motion. The Mandera County government is actively engaged in water tracking to over 266 sites, using 33 water bowsers, and emergency drilling and repair of boreholes are underway, with 39 boreholes drilled to alleviate the congestion, but that is a drop in the ocean. Honorable Madam Speaker, I must at this juncture, Honorable Madam Speaker, the national government through the State Department of Special Programs
has distributed 15,000 bags of rice and 13,000 bags of beans to vulnerable families, and the Hunger Safety Network program is providing regular cash transfers to 22,000 households. Furthermore, non-governmental organizations like Rasida are implementing a 191.5 million mobile cash transfer program targeting 8,000 households. And the Kenya Red Cross is providing integrated health, nutrition, and wash outreaches. Madam Speaker, we were on the ground last week with Ali Roba Foundation, and we distributed a county-wide drought relief program with the help of special programs and other well-wishers for the coming Ramadan period. I stand before this House today to make a fervent rallying call. I urge this Parliament and indeed the entire government to concert all the effort and resources toward tackling this escalating crisis. We must move beyond piecemeal interventions and declare the drought in northern Kenya a national disaster without further delay. This declaration will unlock the necessary national and international support required to mitigate the suffering and protect livelihoods and implement sustainable long-term solutions. Our people cannot wait. Their lives, their dignity, and their future depend on our swift and decisive action. Madam Speaker, my vision for the people of Banisa is one of progress, resilience, and equitable development. I am committed to championing initiatives that will enhance access to education, improve healthcare services, develop critical infrastructure, and foster economic empowerment for our youth and women. Madam Speaker, I believe that with focused leadership and collaborative effort, Banisa constituency will not only overcome its current challenge, but it will also emerge as a beacon of prosperity within Mandera County and indeed our great nation. Madam Speaker, let me take also this opportunity to wish our Muslim brothers across the country Ramadan Mubarak. May Allah guide our deliberation and bless our effort. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well. Are you finished, Honorable Member?
Yes, I'm done for now.
Thank you. Before we get to the next speaker, allow me to recognize in the public gallery Kaani Lions Girls High School Girls, Kathiani constituency, Machakos County. Join me in welcoming them to the House of Parliament to observe the proceedings of the House. The next person, Honorable Amombi, are you on this? No. Honorable Njeri, are you on this? No. Honorable Basil, you've already spoken? Okay, you're still on. Honorable Bishop Kosgei.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Contributing to this motion this afternoon related to the protection of our rivers in this country, Madam Speaker, it is a crucial undertaking by any country and any civilization to protect its rivers and wetlands for many, many reasons, as always outlined by environmental activists and us as citizens of our country. We have few rivers in this country, 5 major rivers, and some other permanent rivers. And included among the leading rivers, River Tana River and Athi River, are some of the main arteries of our waters in this nation. Paying attention to this means we are protecting so much that is related to the livelihood of our people and our planet. Madam Speaker, I think it is not only a responsibility of the government, but the onus is on the government to inform the citizens that the people themselves be part of the protection of our environment, and one is about water. One of the greatest menaces is industrialization, however good it is in terms of providing job opportunities for our people. It has contributed to the pollution of our waters in various areas, and especially when we are building industrial undertakings in towns where many people live. Poor management of our sewerage system, so not to mention more. Madam Speaker, we should use this opportunity to address and establish a long-term program to not only add more forests cover, but also to make sure that along the river banks, we maintain what could be the highest campaign to make it clean in order to preserve water and also preserve its quality. With that, Madam Speaker, I support.
The next chance will go to the Honorable Member from Mbeere North, Wamuthende.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. It's not my maiden speech. I've made contributions to this House. And protecting our rivers really is sacred. In fact, I would draw your attention to page 12, which really is alarming on the levels of heavy metals, and the attention should be on lead, because lead has very negative effects on health. In fact, if Kenyans even browse now and check the effects of lead on health, we are going to have overflowing requests for compensation. So the recommended or allowable limit is 15 micrograms per liter. And here we have 3 to 98. In fact, if you compute using 3 milligrams per ml, it's actually an insane number. That means the amount of lead that is getting to the people downstream on Athi River is actually unacceptable, and the authorities that have been mandated by our constitution to do this, to regulate, to ensure water quality, to ensure there is no discharge to our rivers, these officers actually need to be prosecuted. If you just look briefly at the effects of lead, even on the reproductive health, to men, low sperm count, to women, premature births, stillbirths, it's actually a neurotoxin, you know, and it causes irreversible damage to the nervous system. So what we are seeing in our hospitals, in our casualties in these areas, as per this report, can actually be directly attributed to the water quality, which is getting to our people. And I repeat, these officers must be held accountable, because part of the petition is to seek compensation, and the officers who have been sitting and watching this happening, they need to be held to account. You cannot allow sewer, the effluents, discharged in our rivers, and we have people downstream who depend on these rivers for their livelihood. I come from Bere North, which is quite similar to Mwala constituency in terms of the environment, and I currently am facing a challenge with one of the main rivers, which is Ena. We're not a lot to do with pollution, but sand harvesting, water harvesting, water pumping upstream. And this is of great concern, and I must say I support this petition. The public, the people affected in Mwala constituency should be compensated. The officers who have been allowing this need to be held to account, and NEMA, water resource authorities, they need to explain why they are allowing this to happen. With that, Honorable Speaker, I beg to support, and I want to repeat the quantities of lead in the river are unacceptable. In fact, something needs to be done urgently. This cannot be allowed to continue. I support.
Thank you. Before we get the next member, allow me to recognize in the speakers gallery this afternoon learners and teachers from Ikudha Boys Senior School from Kitui South, Kitui County. Welcome to the House of Parliament, to this House of Parliament as you observe our proceedings. Honorable members, join me in welcoming them to the House. The next speaker will be the member, Honorable Irene Mayaka, nominated member. On in the next one, Millie, the Minority Whip.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Madam Speaker, I wish, first of all, to recognize the presence of a student in the House, especially the young girls in the House. And I want to tell you that if you actually look down here, you can see very many women in the House. And not the bad girls, them they are good girls, I'm the only bad one. Madam Speaker, and we just want to encourage them that they know that they can make it. When we were growing up, some of us, if you came into Parliament, there would only be 1 or 2 women. So it's actually an amazing thing that now you can see women in the House, and it's something to give you hope that you can get here. Madam Speaker, I just want to say that I want to agree with the Honourable Member that the issue of conservation of our rivers and preservation of our rivers is a very big issue. And Madam Speaker, I know that as a House, we put in a lot of money towards conservation and cleaning and reservation. And Madam Speaker, sometimes I wonder what or where the money goes to. Because, and even for the people who are supposed to ensure that there is no pollution, the agencies, we have more than one agency that does this work. Perhaps one of the things that we need to do is to reduce these agencies so that we don't have duplicity, because then you don't have anybody to hold accountable. Madam Speaker, even if you don't even need to go to Athi River, just walk even within Nairobi River itself. Madam Speaker, I know a friend of mine who bought a house right next to Nairobi River and actually been forced to sell it at a throwaway price because of the smell of Nairobi River. Yet if you look at this house, the amount of money that we put every financial year towards regeneration of Nairobi River, it's an embarrassment, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I know tomorrow we'll be talking, so I don't want to preempt debate, but we'll be talking about the issues of concern that have emanated from the oversight role of the Senate. And I want to say, Madam Speaker, that even if you look at even our own oversight role, and as Parliament we try to do well, but Madam Speaker, the issue of corruption actually then stops us from realizing what we need to get as a House. We hear the anti-corruption agency speaking now and again, threatening. But why can't we see prosecution, especially in issues of corruption, serious issues of corruption? I mean, we want to treat people with kid gloves over issues that are actually bringing this country down. So, Madam Speaker, as a person with an environmental law background, I want to say that it is indeed embarrassing and it is a shame what we are doing. And sometimes I even ask myself, what more can we do as a house? If you are expected to put in money, we are putting money. If you are expected to oversight, we have oversighted. And sometimes agencies outside the house are the ones that are failing us. And I think maybe Parliament needs to have stronger and sharper teeth and make recommendations sometimes that would even require that we terminate services of people who are not performing if the executive is not brave enough to terminate people where they are not performing their tasks. Otherwise, Madam Speaker, with those few remarks, I support.
Thank you. Next speaker on this will be the Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Boss.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to lend my voice to this very important public petition. But even as we speak about it, it should not have taken a member of the public to bring a petition relating to pollution of Athi River. Because we are not just talking about Athi River alone. All our water bodies across the country are in danger. What we should actually be asking is asking the National Environment Management Authority. We should be asking the Public Complaints Committee on Environment to take action against the polluters. Right now, we already have regulations and polluters are now paying. Any company that is involved with any form of pollution is required to put deposits of certain amounts of money. And that money can be used to help clean up our rivers, but also to be able to have testing, constant testing, to check the levels of pollution in our rivers and also the level of chemicals in our rivers. But our rivers are not safe if we continue to use certain harmful chemicals and pesticides in our farms, because whatever is used to spray in the farmlands eventually will be washed away into the water bodies. And it will eventually make its way to our livestock, to our food, and continues to endanger our health. So this should be a situation where the Public Petitions Committee, I do hope that they did summon the National Environmental Management Authority and the Cabinet Secretary for Environment so that they can give us a full raft of measures that they are taking to ensure that they prevent pollution of not just Athi River, but all rivers and other water bodies in the country, and have a robust system of ensuring that there is constant checking on this. And with that, Honorable Speaker, I support the adoption of the report. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Honorable Shakil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, to allow me this few minutes. Madam Speaker, I'm the Member of Parliament of Kisumu East. Our lake has 20 times the PD level that is required, 20 times. Our efforts to get the Ministry of Environment in efforts to stop the pollution by industries has gone nowhere. There is no fish in Lake Victoria when as a child, I used to be able to fish and you had to put your rod in and about 5 minutes you got a fish. Nowadays, there is no such fish. Particularly, Madam Chair, the problems also recur from the rivers that are feeding Lake Victoria, Namasaria and Kibos. The situation of Kibos River is so dire, same as with Namasaria, that even the cattle no longer drink from there. It smells and it is totally it cannot be, even animals are not drinking from that water. So my constituents are suffering, the animals are dying, yet pollution continues to take place. The industries and the housing, the developments on that river, there is one on the Namasaria Bridge that sends raw sewage into the river. There are some industries that are also doing this. And I feel that it is very important that I give my comments at the same time as the one for Nairobi River. Our rivers in Kisumu East and Kisumu County are in terrible shape, and so is our lake, and it will affect us all. And I remember former president, the late President Moi, telling me at one time that he saw a report that in 30 or 50 years, we are not going to have a lake. We are going to have a big sewer in Lake Victoria. So we need the Ministry of Environment to pick up their efforts, and we start in the revitalization of the river Kibos, Namasaria, and Lake Victoria. Thank you very much for your time, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this report, the adoption of this report by the Petitions Committee on pollution of River Athi. Honorable Speaker, River Athi, before it gets to the Indian Ocean, goes through a number of counties where many people have suffered over the years because of pollution. And I must take this opportunity, Honorable Speaker, to note the good work that is being done under the Ministry of Urban Planning, or the State Department for Urban Planning, on the cleanup and rehabilitation of the Nairobi River corridor. Because part of that work covers the water that is polluted into the Athi. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the beautiful work that has been done, especially in the eastern part of Nairobi in Eastlands, that is how to start protecting our rivers, Honorable Speaker. And in many jurisdictions around the world, in most of our capital cities around the world, riverfront properties or properties fronting the river are the most prime locations. But the case has been in Kenya that all the properties fronting the river, from Kileshwa, Kirichwa, to the stream that flows through Kileleshwa, and how they all combine now to form Nairobi River, onto the Athi, because of pollution, all those properties are the least valued properties. But the work that the President has put in the cleanup of Nairobi River and protecting all our rivers from pollution, Honorable Speaker, speaks volumes to how you can increase the value of even properties by simply taking care of the environment around the rivers and the riparian protection of the riparian reserves, Honorable Speaker. Right from Nairobi all the way down to the ocean where the Athi joins the Indian Ocean, Honorable Speaker. Those people who live downstream in parts of Ukambani, many of them have suffered over the years from diseases that were avoidable had we stemmed the pollution upstream. And I must commend the work that the President has done through the restoration program of Nairobi River that touches on Athi. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Shakir is reminding me that the last time we saw such a cleanup was a small work that was done around Kijabe Street, from Museum Hill down Kijabe to Grogon area by the late C.S. Mishuki. And you can imagine what would have happened today if that work that Honorable Mishuki started had continued. And we must thank that after C.S. Mishuki, President William Ruto has now come in to carry on with that great work. And we are not just protecting the environment, Honorable Speaker, but also fortressing the health of very many people who live downstream and all the way to the ocean, and even people who don't live in those areas, but are partakers of the fish that is fished in the Indian Ocean, Honorable Speaker, fish that is eating a lot of garbage out of the pollution upstream. Honorable Speaker, some years back, those in Makwiny remember the unfortunate incident of oil spillage in the river. And again, this speaks to the need to have a Kenya pipeline company that is efficient and that adheres to the highest standards of conveyancing of fuel. And that, Honorable Speaker, is only possible if you have a company like Kenya Pipeline that is well-resourced. And the initial public offering that has been done speaks to this issue, Honorable Speaker, that you have a company now that is professionally managed without the bureaucracies of running it as a government-owned enterprise, Honorable Speaker, that you bring in private sector expertise and private sector resources to be able to resource Kenya Pipeline in a way that will ensure that the pipeline right from the refinery in Mombasa or from the port in Mombasa where they load product all the way to Kisumu and onward to the landlocked countries that neighbor us, this pipeline is secure, and where it is bypassing the river, whether it is Athi or any other rivers up country, it is not spilling fuel into our water bodies, Honorable Speaker, so that we protect our water bodies from pollution and protect the health of our people, Honorable Speaker. And I know when I say that, those people in Makwiny know what it means, because it also has an impact also on food production. I saw farms in Makwiny where they could no longer grow crops because of the oil spillage that happened some years back, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, this petition was very timely, and I thank the committee led by Honorable Karemba Muchangi, because this committee, you know, was moribund some few months back. But with the election of Honorable Karemba as a chair, the petitions committee has come to speed. This afternoon alone, you can see, Honorable Speaker, this committee has 2 reports that are under consideration, and you remember we had complaints, even from the chair, from the Speaker's chair, that too many petitions were going unaddressed, and I must thank the petitions committee, and particularly the new leader, the Honorable Karemba, for taking time to consider many of these petitions, because they speak to issues that are of concern to the people of Kenya. And that is a singular business of this House, to address matters that are of concern to the people of Kenya. And this committee is indeed doing a splendid job, and I want to commend them and ask them to expedite all the other petitions that have come to you. I know, without anticipating debate, there is the one on regulation of TikTok, and when I went through that report and the resolutions that are already on the order paper, they are also speaking to issues that are of concern to many parents in this country, to the church, to us as parents, Honorable Speaker, that if we do not regulate the content that goes into social media and that is fed to our children, we are doing a great disservice to innocent children, Honorable Speaker, because I've seen in many countries, in Australia, in France, in many countries in the West, they have begun regulating content that is being fed to our children. And I must thank the committee also, because as I said, without anticipating debate on that business.
You are anticipating.
That's why I said without, but I beg your indulgence to speak to it, because I'm headed to another meeting, so I may not be there when they are discussing that particular report. But I support this committee's report, and I urge the ministry to take note of all the recommendations in the report on what they need to do to clean up the Athi and other rivers, as I commend the government and this administration for the great work that they have done in the restoration of Nairobi River. That is a way to modernize a country. That is a way to move this country to Singapore or to a first world nation where properties along the riverbanks are the most pricey properties, Honorable Speaker, and we can fish, we can have recreation facilities along our riverbanks. Thank you, and I support.
Thank you, and I indeed agree with you, Majority Leader, in commending the Public Petitions Committee. For the first time, it is no longer a subject of negative publicity, as has been before, so keep it up. The next one will be Honorable Korere Sarah, member for Laikipia North.
Thank you, Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also want to support the adoption of this report. And Madam Speaker, I think it's not just about the pollution in Tana River or at the river, but rather, Madam Speaker, it is about our natural resources. Madam Speaker, if you look at the rivers that originate from Mount Kenya, for example, the Sirimon River, the famous Ewasongiro, the abstraction of water upstream and the pollution, the communities that live downstream are left at the mercy of big companies that are producing flowers and exporting them outside this country. And the only thing that that river brings to the communities downstream is diseases and a lot of pollution. And far from that, Madam Speaker, if you look at the conflict, resource-based conflict, especially among the pastoral community living in the lowlands, is at another level. Madam Speaker, you know water is life. And if some communities cannot access water, simply because rivers that were known not to be seasonal rivers, but permanent rivers, are now permanently dry. If you look at Wasongiro, if you look at the Sirimon River, if you look at the Nyaregeno River, by January, none of them is flowing. Not because there is no water coming from up Mount Kenya, but because of the illegal abstraction of rivers by big companies. And Madam Speaker, we cannot have the common mwananchi living at the masses of the big companies. Madam Speaker, there are these regulatory bodies like the Water Resource Authority, there is NEMA. I think they are not just there to draw salaries from public taxes and do nothing. They should indeed regulate the use of these resources so that, Madam Speaker, nobody has to suffer because you don't have water, and more so because you don't have clean water. And Madam Speaker, some of these chemicals they use in these farms and discharge it, directly to the river has got far-reaching effects on the health of the people. It causes abortion, it causes skin diseases, diarrhea, name it, Madam Speaker. So I think this petition is very, very timely. And Madam Speaker, it's not just about the rivers. If you look at our lakes today, I'm sure you come from Naivasha where we have the Elementaita Lake, we have Lake Naivasha. These lakes are becoming silted up because of the destruction of our forests. And Madam Speaker, when forests are destroyed, there is a lot of erosion, and that is why our rivers are getting silted up. And Madam Speaker, it is costing lives. If you look at Baringo, for example, the schools in Ilchamus, they are all have been swallowed by the river, the Lake Bogoria, Madam Speaker. So I think it is a high time we come out as a people to know that protecting our natural resources is protecting our livelihoods, because our livelihoods have got a direct impact on our natural resources. Madam Speaker, if you look at, and I want to commend this committee on petitions, because they have done such a good work, and the report, is so clear on what they intend to do. And I'm sure there are a lot of petitions that are awaiting the attention of the chairman, including the Mgogodo Forest report, which I know he will do a lot of justice to it. But Madam Speaker, when we protect our natural resources, when we conserve our natural resources, we are conserving human life and livelihoods. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I beg to support.
Very well. Honorable Dr. Mutunga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on this report. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support adoption of the report by the Committee on Petitions. Honorable Speaker, pollution is really a serious problem, especially in this country. So cleaning Nairobi River is very, very important, not just because of the water itself that will be consumed downstream or used downstream, but also to create possibilities for investment. Honorable Speaker, if you go to most cities in the world, you will find that there are channels that are being used to create mobile restaurants, to create recreational sites, to build along those channels and put in investments where people would probably have the possibility of sightseeing from an open area. Only water masses and probably grasslands can allow for sightseeing. In Kenya, the only thing we have is the Nairobi National Park, which is near the city. And we have not witnessed a lot of construction that face the Nairobi National Park. So Nairobi River will be a good example of an investment area that would lead to serious associated development. Honorable Speaker, the pollutants are both solvents and solvents. Solvents could be of plastic nature, solvents could be metallic, or solvents could be of different nature. And solvents, Honorable Speaker, could be of a variant scope. Honorable Speaker, we even have waste material that basically come from our sewer system, finding its way into this river. This river has got user all the way from Nairobi to Indian Ocean. Nobody here can claim not to have tasted some water from this river. Because if you have ever been to Malindi and you've tasted water from the ocean, of course, as you try to swim, then you have tasted the waste. And Honorable Speaker, it is not the amount of waste that one takes, it is the levels that exceed levels of concern in the human body. And it is possible for us to have had these solvents taken by ourselves. So for the sake of all of us, not for the sake of the people who are living along the road, along the river, it is important to clean the river. Honorable Speaker, some of these solvents stay for a very long time. Very, very long time. They have very long lifespan, and this lifespan they are still viable, which means therefore they can affect a human being. So it's better for us to prevent ourselves from getting into contact with them by way of ensuring that we can clean the river. Honorable Speaker, since we know that these solvents are actually taken, and even as we continue cleaning this particular river, and because we know that there is deliberate effort to discharge waste into this river, my proposal is that we come up with investments along the river for cleaning stations for water for human consumption. It is important for the government to consider investment along this particular river. Getting part of this river, treating this water, and basically collecting part of the water from this river and treating it for purposes of human consumption. What remains right now, people dig wells, shallow wells, to get spring water from this particular river. Spring water does not mean it is clean. It has only been filtered. It is still containing the dissolved solvents, the dissolved solvents that are dangerous to human life. Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, I propose adoption of the report.
Thank you. Member for Kilifi North.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to thank you for giving this opportunity to actually support the adoption of this report on the Athi River, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would like to say one thing. You know, while it is very important to look at some socio-economic factors, especially on the river, Honorable Speaker, there are certain fundamental things that probably have not been noticed. And I want to thank the committee of Honorable Karemba on this matter. The Athi River, Honorable Speaker, when it leaves Nairobi, it becomes Galana, then eventually becomes Athi River. Today, Honorable Speaker, I can tell you and declare on the floor of this House that Malindi, the once very beautiful town that was favored by many tourists, today is on its deathbed because of the pollution from the river. Honorable Speaker, as you approach Malindi, Sabaki, and the estuary, you know the estuary that gets the water from the river into the ocean, all the mud, all the unpalatable things, all the lead, everything else eventually pours into the ocean. What it has done, it has killed marine life in the ocean, especially around Malindi. Secondly, it has poured all the mud. Nobody now wants to go to Malindi because of the muddy waters that come from the river. It has turned the once very white, pristine beach, the white sands of Malindi, has now become the brown sands of Malindi. Now, people do not want to swim in the mud. They have now relocated more to go to Watamu side and Diani other than stay in Malindi because of the river. Honorable Speaker, we have a duty, we are duty bearers to protect such ecosystems like Malindi town, which for many years we would read the geography that foreign exchange, tourism was the highest honor in terms of foreign exchange. Honorable Speaker, as I speak to you today here, the tourism in Malindi is gone. And one of the key factors that has contributed to the death of tourism in Malindi is actually River Sabaki as it pours its water into the Indian Ocean. So, Honorable Speaker, on their own motion, the committee here on environment needs to pick this matter on their own motion and investigate what is it that can be done to protect such a beautiful town like Malindi from total collapse because of the muddy, lead, contaminated and a lot of contaminated water that goes into Malindi. Fishing, Honorable Speaker, when you get to Malindi now is moving much deep on inshore because of the river, Honorable Speaker. And while there's a lot of work that is being done in Nairobi, Honorable Speaker, around the Nairobi River, which is very commendable, Honorable Speaker, but we need to look downstream. What are the hazards of the river? What will we do about uplifting the town that was once a vibrant tourist town that many people became millionaires from, Honorable Speaker, from a death sentence that has been pronounced by the river, Honorable Speaker? And this, Honorable Speaker, I would like even the committee here on tourism, on its own motion, to move to look at what is it that they can do to rescue. Honorable Speaker, I want to take you down memory lane, Honorable Speaker. A lot of billionaires invested in Malindi. A lot of billionaires. If you go to Malindi today, there are many people who have invested big hotels. They invested in holiday homes. They invested in many properties there, Honorable Speaker. But if you go there today, it is a shadow of its former self. They have abandoned those buildings. They don't want to stay there. No tourist prefers that area, and no investor now wants to invest in that area because of the major reason that we have been told, and I think it is true, Honorable Speaker, is because of the water that is being poured, contaminated water that is being poured into. You go to Malindi right now, Honorable Speaker, you see a lot of fish dying at the ocean. You know, areas that used to be habitated by fish, Honorable Speaker, areas that used to produce huge tons of fish, Honorable Speaker, no longer do that because of what is coming from upstream, going downstream, and polluting the once beautiful, pristine beaches of Malindi, Honorable Speaker. And this is something that should be a national concern. What can we do with the science that we have? We have a new State Department of Research under Professor Shaukat. One of the things that ministry, that State Department needs to do is to go out there, carry out research, and use technology to see what is it that we can do. What can we do at the estuary to ensure that only pure water goes into the Indian Ocean, the contaminated water and the muddy waters actually go elsewhere? What is it that we can do to save a town that once gave this country a name? A town, Honorable Speaker, that once gave this country billions of dollars. A town that was a beacon of hope for many, not only in this country, but outside there, Honorable Speaker, and bring back the glory. And we can do the same thing we are doing in Nairobi River and do in Malindi so that we can rescue that once beautiful town. I submit, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Member for Funyula.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to also make a comment on the report by the Public Petition Committee regarding the pollution of River Athi, as requested by Honorable Musyoka, MP for Mwala. Honorable Speaker, as you have always said, rivers is literally like the life of many communities. Rivers feed into lakes, rivers feed into oceans, rivers feed into other water bodies, and the human life and animal life squarely depends on the water inflow into the river. Many of us who came to Nairobi much late when coming to school, of course, we used to marvel at the clean rivers. We used to see everything clean. But Honorable Speaker, if you walk around, if you travel around, you can see the devastation of pollution that has caused to the rivers and the water bodies. Allow me, Honorable Speaker, to echo the recommendations of the committee. The first recommendation is to take a test of the chemical pollution in the river, and that's within 60 days. I just hope and pray, Honorable Speaker, we need to have a mechanism to ensure these recommendations are appropriately attended to, and basically the report is resubmitted to Parliament. While it might be suitable as by the standing order to take this matter to the Committee of Implementation, but probably the fullness of time, because it's a very technical matter, it would have been necessary or important, probably once the report is given, it goes back to the Committee of Environment because of the technical know-how to analyze and make sure they recommend on the matter as they go through. Of course, one of the prayer was compensation of residents affected by the pollution. But the committee prayers rejects this prayer because of the compensation is best resolved through adjudication. We have already, depending on the test of the water, if indeed it confirms that the water is polluted and is causing death of marine life or destruction of marine life, then those people who depend on this river ought to be compensated. Because, and who compensates them? It should be the national government, because protection of the environment at national level is assigned to the national government under the Constitution of Kenya. Outrightly rejecting is literally saying, just like we normally do, we're burying our heads in the sand, assuming nobody has been affected, no lives have been lost, and those kind of things. I would urge them probably at the time when there's an opportunity to revisit, we must surely ensure that we get this done. Honorable Speaker, at times I wonder why did we even come up with the NEMA? At times NEMA looks so hopeless, so useless, so unable to act. Honorable Speaker, the polluters of the river are known. The polluters of the river can be documented. NEMA under the MCA have got unfettered rights to ensure, to enforce there is adequate and proper disposal of waste, and so that there's no emission or there's no waste being emitted to the rivers. But Honorable Speaker, I think NEMA seems to be subsumed in some other activities. Nobody knows, and that's why you find the level of degradation of our environment is becoming a matter of national concern, yet there isn't much NEMA is doing to ensure things are done. Perhaps they are so preoccupied with the collecting levies for those housing permits to an extent they have forgotten the core mandate. Honorable Speaker, as we look at river pollution, probably should not even be related or only fixed on Earth River. This cuts across the entire country, and I would request the committee to really have a thorough audit. I'm sure there are so many reports. Synthesize that report. Let this debate become a national debate, because the only thing we have is our rivers, our marine life, our lakes, everything that we have. If we destroy them now, we'll leave nothing for our children. I beg to support the report, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Honorable members, I do not seem to see any more interest on this matter, so I will ask the mover to reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Allow me to thank the honorable members who have contributed to this debate. The many of them, Madam Speaker, you've heard that every member who has spoken to this issue has supported this report, and it is because of the significance of our natural resources. And Honorable Speaker, one thing that has come out very clearly is that we cannot allow people who want to benefit, or rather who want to put profit before human life. And since the polluters of our rivers are well known, Honorable Speaker, it is our hope that action will be taken against those that are polluting our rivers, so that we can safeguard the interests of the people of Kenya and even the generations that will come before us. As the Honorable Undo was saying, the polluters are well known. They are the owners of companies and other enterprises, and they should be taken. They should be held responsible for the pollution that they have been putting into our rivers. So, Honorable Speaker, I reply. Sorry.
You reply, yes. Thank you very much. Honorable members, I shall defer the putting of the question to the next appointed time. And honorable members, we shall reorganize the order paper just a bit. Allow us to do order number 15, then we shall go back to order number 13. So Honorable Marianne, I'm told you in the committee, standing in for the committee, you have the floor. Wait for the order to be called.
Order number 15, motion, consideration of Senate amendments to the Cooperatives Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2024.
For Majority Leader, Honorable Keitany.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to indulge you that we defer this matter because there are amendments that were brought from Senate and they are currently before the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, and we haven't considered them yet. So we beg to defer this matter for a period of at least 30 days so that we can be able to look at them and come back to the House.
That is in order. We shall then automatically defer order number 16 until we are able to prosecute order number 15 at the right time. So, honorable members, we shall go back to order number 13.
Order number 13, the Fire and Rescue Services Professionals Bill, Senate Bill number 55 of 2023, second reading.
Honorable Ochakapong.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to move that the Fire and Rescue Services Professional Bill 2023 be now read a second time. Now, Honorable Speaker, the Fire and Rescue Services Professional Bill 2023 was published in the Kenya Gazette, supplement number 239 of 8 December 2023. Now, the bill was forwarded to the National Assembly for consideration, pursuant to Article 110(4) of the Constitution, having been passed by the Senate on Thursday, 5th December 2024. Now, Honorable Speaker, the bill was read a first time in the House on 13 February 2025 and thereafter committed to the Departmental Committee on Regional Development for consideration and reporting pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 143. Consequently, Honorable Speaker, in accordance with Article 118, 1B of the Constitution and Standing Order 127.3, now the committee sought views from the public by way of written memoranda and further conducted public hearings on the bill. Organizations and institutions that made representations to the committee on the bill include the following. Now, A, the State Department for Special Programs. Now, B, the Office of the Attorney General. C, the Kenya National Fire Brigade Association. D, the Chief Fire Officers Association of Kenya. And E, written submissions from the Kenya Law Reform Commission. Now, Honorable Speaker, the committee noted various comments regarding the bill from the various stakeholders. Now, salient provisions of the bill, Honorable Speaker, that's the impact of the bill. Honorable Speaker, the bill seeks to establish a regulatory and institutional framework for fire rescue services professionals and provide for their registration, licensing, and training. It also aims to provide a uniform professional standard for the regulation of fire and rescue services professionals across all county governments. Honorable Speaker, permit me to highlight the important clauses in the bill. The bill contains 37 clauses and one schedule. As aforesaid, the bill seeks to establish a regulatory and constitutional framework for fire and rescue services professionals and to provide for their registration, licensing, and training. Now, Honorable Speaker, the bill further seeks to establish a board to regulate the fire and rescue services profession. In this regard, the bill proposes that the board shall consist of a non-executive chairperson appointed by the President. principal secretaries for matters relating to fire and rescue services, finance, technical and vocational education and training. 3 persons nominated by the Council of Governors and 4 other persons nominated by professional firefighters, emergency responders, and private sector organizations. A registrar shall be appointed who will be the secretary to the board. Now, Honorable Speaker, the board is required to register the fire and rescue services professionals, license them, supervise, discipline, and ensure professional standards are maintained. Now, in addition, Honorable Speaker, the bill outlines procedures for registration and licensing of professionals, the recognition of training institutions, and the issuance of practicing certificates. It also creates offenses for practicing without proper registration and establishes disciplinary mechanisms to address professional misconduct. Honorable Speaker, the bill further provides for the administration and funding of the board, including the appointment of a registrar who would oversee the day-to-day operations of the board and maintain professional register. Now, overall, Honorable Speaker, the bill attempts to introduce a system of professional regulation aimed at improving efficiency, accountability, and coordination in fire and rescue services across the country. Now, Honorable Speaker, the committee made the following observations and recommendations after listening to stakeholders and going through this bill. Now, Honorable Speaker, after considering the bill and receiving submissions from various stakeholders, the committee made several observations. The committee noted that although the bill intends to address an important regulatory gap in the fire and rescue sector, it contains significant governance, structural, and constitutional concerns that may hinder its effective implementation. Honorable Speaker, the committee observed that the proposed governance structure resembles that of a state corporation rather than a self-regulating professional body, which is inconsistent with the broader policy direction, encouraging professionals' autonomy and self-regulation of professionals. Now, Honorable Speaker, the committee further noted that the bill poses implementation challenges in that the bill does not establish an institute to oversee the affairs and capacity development of fire and rescue services professionals. 2, it does not center the board, it does not confer the board the mandate to appoint staff to support its functions and operations, though it makes the registrar responsible for staff. How would the board operate without a staff? Now, the bill does not grant the board any mandate to regulate fees charged by fire and rescue professionals. On this, the bill may create a risk of arbitrary, excessive, or inconsistent charges to the public. Now, Honorable Speaker, additionally, the committee also noted that the bill raises certain constitutional and procedural issues, including concerns relating to the manner in which the bill was introduced and its financial implications. Now, Honorable Speaker, in this regard, the committee noted that the regulation of professionals is a national government function and not a function of the county governments. This is well established in the Constitution and detailed in paragraph 7B of part 2 of the 4th schedule to the Constitution. Accordingly, the bill should have been introduced in the National Assembly in accordance with Article 109(3) of the Constitution. Now, further, Honorable Speaker, this bill meets criteria of a money bill pursuant to Article 114 of the Constitution, and as such, it can only be introduced in the National Assembly pursuant to Article 109(5) of the Constitution. Now, Honorable Speaker, the bill is well-intentioned, but contains significant structural and constitutional challenges. Honorable Speaker, having considered the bill, and for the foregoing reasons, the committee recommends that the House rejects the bill in its entirety. Now, Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, I invite members to read the comprehensive report of the Committee on Regional Development in order to fully appreciate and enrich the debate. I further urge the members to adopt the recommendations of the committee as contained in the report. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and call upon Honorable Basil to second. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Yatta.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Vice Chair. I'm actually a member of this committee. I rise to second the bill coming from that is the bill on fire and rescue services, professional bill 2023, to be now read in for the second time, Madam Speaker. If you look at the bill, Madam Speaker, it has very good intentions in terms of regulating, bringing professionalism, as well as standardizing fire and rescue services, Madam Speaker. And as a member of the committee, Madam Speaker, we did collect submissions from a number of stakeholders, including the fire, that is the stakeholders include the chief fire officers and association team who came to us as a committee, Madam Speaker, as well as submissions from the Kenya National Fire Brigade Association, Madam Speaker. And in reality, Madam Speaker, although the bill has some very potential benefits, which I've already indicated, for example, professionalization of the sector of fire response, Madam Speaker, as well as improving public safety. Because if you talk of bringing some form of capacity building, professionalism within the fire response, we are talking of reduced fatalities and injuries, Madam Speaker, and also the clear regulatory framework, which is being proposed by the bill, which is going to define the roles of national government as well as county government, Madam Speaker, and reduce some form of duplication between the two levels of governance, Madam Speaker. And again, the bill proposes some form of accountability and oversight in response to creation of a regulatory body, Madam Speaker, which has already been indicated by the chair when he was moving the bill. And overall, the bill is supposed to create some form of motivation to the staff who are within the fire response mechanism. But potentially, the bill brings very solid challenges, Madam Speaker, and which explain why, as a committee, we suggested to reject it in entirety. And some of these challenges include operational cost, and that's why it's a money bill. And this operational cost will have detrimental effect, particularly to small counties, Madam Speaker, who cannot be able to raise the required cost to meet the standards that are being proposed by the bill, Madam Speaker, and also some form of governance conflicts within the layers of governance, that is the county government and also the national government. And when we looked to all this, Madam Speaker, as a committee, we did say that by considering Kenya does not have a law that regulates fire as a disaster in a centralized manner, a significant gap in addressing the country ability to respond to fire-related risk. And as a result of this, safety is governed through multiple laws, Madam Speaker. And we do recommend as a committee that the bill being a money bill, pursuant to Article 114, Sub-Article 3 of the Constitution, the National Assembly should take into consideration some of the observations or some of the recommendations coming from the Budget and Appropriation Committee when making debate for this particular bill. And further, a money bill can only be introduced in National Assembly, Madam Speaker, pursuant to Article 109, Sub-Article 5 of the Constitution. And therefore, the bill should have been first introduced to National Assembly, not in the Senate. That is why, as a committee, Madam Speaker, we propose to this House to reject the bill and also to at least to have some revisions to the bill so that it can be able to align and be able to respond to the potential challenges that we observed as a committee, Madam Speaker. And with those few remarks, I do beg to second, Madam Speaker.
Very well. Allow me to propose, therefore, that the Fire and Rescue Services Professionals Bill, Senate Bill number 55 of 2023, be now read a second time. Member for Marakwet West.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to comment on the Fire and Rescue Services Professional Bill of 2023. Honorable Speaker, and I wish to state that I associate myself fully with the sentiments of the chair of the committee, which is in charge of this bill, my friend Honorable Lechakapong, and he has done a tremendous job. Honorable Speaker, for the first time, the National Assembly is not a toothless bulldog. We are able to bite, and we are able to restate.
Mr. Speaker, one Bob Dolo, in his petition, sought to have TikTok regulated, and so the committee sat and listened to all these stakeholders, and they agreed with him that we do not need to ban TikTok. What is needed is regulation of the same so that what is consumed by Kenyans or by our parents is what is good for our country. So, Honorable Speaker, the committee came up with the resolutions, which I would like to go through so that I also give members an opportunity to contribute to this matter. That the Ministry of Interior and National Administration and the Ministry of Information, Communication and Digital Economy collaborate to enhance user protection and cyber security on social media platforms including TikTok, and reports to the House within 4 months upon adoption of this report on 1, the mechanisms for enhancement of age verification on social media platforms and localization of Kenyan user data to be retained within the country, such as setting up of local infrastructure for data security by the platforms. 2, the digital literacy programs to create awareness on data privacy, processing, and storage and community guidelines by social media platforms, including TikTok. 2, that within 4 months of adoption of the report, the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner engages social media platforms, including TikTok, and reports to the relevant committee of the House on levels compliance with the laws of Kenya, including the Data Protection Act 2019 and its attendant regulations. B, details on the effectiveness of age verification and content filtering. C, implementation of Kenya-specific supplemental terms in its privacy policy, considering the provision of the law and the social media platforms, including TikTok, have customized the data processing to comply with Kenyan laws. 3, that the Departmental Committee on Communications, Information, and Innovation introduces an amendment to the Kenya Information and Communications Act, CAP 411A, to mandate the Communication Authority of Kenya to regulate social media platforms in the country. 4, that the Ministry of ICT and the Digital Economy monitor all social media platforms in the country, including TikTok, to address the concerns in their content moderation by 1, or A, auditing of the artificial intelligence AI moderation system to identify the loopholes to enhance continuous improvement of the system. B, training of the AI moderation system in local languages in the country to ensure the algorithm is able to detect inappropriate content presented in the local dialects. C, ensure adequate human contact moderators to ensure vast coverage of local dialects in moderating content from the Kenyan creators. D, ensuring the human content moderators have adequate psychosocial support. E, provision of information and reporting options to flag illegal and inappropriate content. And 5, that TikTok and other social media platforms without monetization policy introduces a monetization policy in the country to enable content creators to earn directly from their content. 6, notes that a total ban of TikTok is not tenable because it infringes upon fundamental rights and freedoms in this country. Further, a ban of social media platform would stifle social and economic growth and benefits of internet connectivity as the nation seeks to enhance its digital economy. However, the committee recommends that social media platforms, including TikTok, be regulated and periodic compliance reviews by the relevant state agencies be institutionalized. So, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and request the Honorable TJ Kajwang to second.
Member for Ruaraka.
Madam Speaker, I thank you for giving me this opportunity, and I thank the chair of Petitions Committee for finding favor that even though I'm not a member of this committee, I'm called upon to second. I have read, Madam Chair, the report by the committee, which is before us, and I want to support it, and I want to second this motion. You see, question of TikTok is an important discussion which we must have because we are leaders, and the Constitution has given us the mandate, especially of oversight. And oversight involves issues which concerns the people and for which the institutions are made. But we are also parents, and we have children. Those in my age, and I know the member for Tharaka is one of those who are in my age bracket, are raising, Oundo is fairly young, but I think he could be in the general bracket where I am, and I'm sure yours faithfully is somewhere a little young, but floating somewhere. We all have teenage children. They are outgrowing and are becoming adults, but we worry every time. First, our responsibilities as parents to be able to instruct these children in the best way possible, lead them by example, and also nurture their spiritual selves. They may not all be Christians. They may not even believe, they could be even apostates. But every parent would wish that a child leads a spiritual life which is effective and which leads him or her to be a moral person who is effective in national building or building the world. And so the question of TikTok, we must speak about it. When you saw young people here who came to taste the food we had there and said that the pili-pili was not good enough, you could see some of the issues which they were raising and how they organized themselves and how robustly they debated. There was a disconnect between the leaders and the young people because the communication platform was not even. And so, if we don't discuss this and listen to it with the ear of a young person, we may not, we may miss the mark. You see, the question of TikTok raises pertinent issues for lawyers, for example. There is the question of data sovereignty, that every global world claims data sovereignty, data privacy. It is an integral part that if you want to live a dignified life with integrity, there must be an amount of privacy as a person that you must withhold. It even goes beyond gender privacy. It goes to human being. As a human being, you must be clothed by God-given rights to have privacy in terms of what data can be harvested from you, management of that data, custody of that data. But there is also a big question of national security. If we don't look at national security, we will expose ourselves to harmful effects that could very well undermine our security. And the question of mental health is real. We live with these children. Some of them are in rooms which we created for them. We've built those rooms, but they lock those rooms until they cannot be able to engage with us. They come at midnight to look for food, and sometimes they don't even ask their mothers, because they don't want to interact with us because we do not have a platform which is equal to them. But mental health, it's a big issue. Children are now struggling with issues of, self-harm. In those rooms, they can harm themselves, sometimes because of the content that they consume, and without regenerating it within the society. So there is the real problem of self-harm due to these materials. So you wonder the question, the legal question that I hear my colleagues asking, the duty of care. Where does the duty of care, which is a principle in issues of management of socio-economic affairs, the duty of care? It is a company in China, right? That company of China has done a wonderful platform that has gone across the globe. But does that company owe a duty of care to our children, right? So the question of that duty of care and the legal burden is on that company, the Chinese company, to explain to what extent would it be answerable to harmful issues of the platform that they have. In most jurisdictions, we have moved, we are not, and I'm glad the committee is not prescribing banning, because banning, for example, in India, that is what they do in India and in some of those, but they do it, and India is a very stable economy and a big economy, but they do it all the same. They have banned properly TikTok. They've just banned it because of national security and so on. But I am glad that we are not moving that direction, that we are moving in the direction of robust content moderation and regulatory control and oversight. We have to create an oversight deliberately to be able to monitor and to give our children things that are useful for them. I am told, I am not an expert on this, but Honorable Mrugari tells me that there is something called filters. There is something which, there's a way in which they can filter this information so that not children, everybody, especially, for example, children under 16, should not be exposed to some of this. But again, they should also be exposed to education material, because they run those education material even on TikTok. Nowadays, we are CBC parents. We have come home and we are teaching children even through the TikTok. So we'd have to have a situation in which there are information which can be passed to a group of people, but cannot be reached by another group of people. African customary practice, and this is something which we as a people And adults in us and parents in us must speak about this clearly, even at the expense of being very, of children saying that we are too conservative. In an African customary practice, children must obey their parents. It is biblical. And you must say it at home. Even if children don't like it, we must say it. That they must obey their parents because we also obeyed our parents. And this is how we seem to be. Now, I see that leaders, give me a few moments, I put together this, I'll just be finishing in a few seconds. Leaders are abused everywhere. Young people have no regard to leaders. In fact, it is a virtue to speak negatively to a leader. It is a virtue to abuse your parents. It is a virtue to expose your parents even to some things which are, sexual in nature, profane in nature, immoral things. They find it very laughable. African customary practice must be maintained because I'm an African, because that is what I am, and I'm proud of it. We have to teach our children. They are not going to become Europeans. They are not going to be Chinese. They will still be Africans. So parents must speak with authority that...
1 minute, Honorable TJ.
We must speak by authority and say that there are things which cannot be done and things which must be done, because that is why we gave... We sired these children, and we are leaders for the time being until they become adults. So the question of cybersecurity, for example, the only thing that I wanted to bring out, I have seen recommendations made by the committee, but there is this recommendation saying in 280, for example, that Kenya Information and Communication be amended to mandate. I would have wished that you would have brought to us a text of amending that regulation inside this report, so that we just don't go back to the committee in charge of, we are going back again. You would have told us what section to add so that we give the Communication Authority the power to be able to regulate this industry and to give us the content that we have. I think that because we have that constitutional mandate, so why are we still going around it? We should have come here and put in the report, and the next time we have a bill before us, so that we create an authority, we create a mandate within that authority to be able to regulate. I beg to second. Thank you so much.
Very well. Honorable members, I therefore propose that this House adopts the report of the Public Petitions Committee on its consideration of the Public Petition number 41 of 2023 regarding regulation of TikTok in Kenya, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 25th September 2024. Minority Whip.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And I just want to thank the committee for bringing this petition. And Madam Speaker, I'll try to be very brief. Madam Speaker, with the advent of technology, we have seen many new positive ways of doing things, even though it also has brought in a lot of challenges. Madam Speaker, as we speak right now, because of technology, I'm actually contributing in Parliament, but I'm also in class because of technology. But Madam Speaker, I can also say that it has also brought, if you give an example of AI, that when we are actually doing work in class, we don't know how to navigate around issues even of AI. Madam Speaker, for instance, when you put in my names and particulars, my usual names and particulars, it actually appears as plagiarized because I'm all over social media. So, and it's one of the things that we must, as a House, be able to deal with very quickly and very fast on how we deal with the technology. And I listened to Honorable TJ Kajwang talking also even on the issue of culture. And Madam Speaker, it is bringing very many challenging issues. For those of us who are born, who are now in our 50s and 40s, we have a totally different culture from the younger people. So when we speak about African culture, their culture is technological culture. For the younger people, their culture is technological, it's not African. And how do we then as a house deal with the issue that technology has brought to our doorsteps? How do we nurture and bring up our children within systems where other people, there's somebody in the US who is raising up your child through technology. And that is why we must be very brave as a house and confront some of the good things that it brings, but also deal, and we must deal very fast because technology changes very fast. And I'm glad that this person has raised, I know Bob Ndolo, I'm glad that he's raised the issue of TikTok because a lot of the younger people are actually on TikTok. Madam Speaker, some of the good things that we have from TikTok is young people are able to socialize. Of course, it takes away, FaceTime that we had some of us playing bladder, playing all manner of things. And these children no longer do that a lot because they are all in social media, they are all in TikTok. Madam Speaker, it also has provided employment for quite a number of Kenyans. For a long time, I didn't understand that. I'm very happy I was sharing it elsewhere, that have actually contributed a lot to employment because I am caricatured a lot on TikTok. And before I understood actually how it operated, I would call people and say, I just want to thank you very much because you have really promoted me. They said, Millie, and they are making money off you. So when I saw that, I said, it's okay, let them caricature me and make money out of me through TikTok. So it's a good thing, especially now that we have the issue of unemployment. Madam Speaker, it also provides civic engagement for the young people, which of course then can also, bring other challenges, like what we saw in 2024, that through civic engagement, young people were able to challenge Parliament, even on bills that we are passing. And then, of course, through TikTok and other social media platforms, they were able to even come right into Parliament. And Madam Speaker, those are, are challenging times for us. Madam Speaker, it's also an entertaining platform. It's a platform, information sharing and all that. But Madam Speaker, as a child protection expert, however, I just want to indicate that there are things that we cannot negotiate about. And we cannot negotiate about the issue of child protection. And for me, Madam Speaker, therefore, it means that the issue of explicit sexual content cannot be made available to young people. And also, there is predatory tendencies. I know that there are laws that are already providing for that, but we must be very clear about what age can access what information of young people. And Madam Speaker, it's not just explicit sexual content, but even a variety of things. For a lot of us, even in the Children Act, we talk about giving information to children depending on their evolving capacities. But in social media, we are not looking at children's evolving capacities. So we must be brave as a house, look at experts, look at, experts in this sector, look at experts in different sectors, because technology now we look at issues of law, we look at issues of child protection, we look at issues of technology, and a myriad of other issues. So we must be brave and confront them every single time. I think we need to be looking at these issues almost every month on issues of technology. Madam Speaker, I think because I see my time is up, I just want to say we must be careful, however, not to gag. If you could just give me 1 second, Madam Speaker, to conclude.
1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to say that even if you see the way this has now been spoken about, the Russian person case, Madam Speaker, it also brings the issues of racism, because we need to speak to such issues, because there are people who want to exploit the vulnerability of poor African people by coming in here, seeing that women are so poor. People are thinking, and then because we have not nurtured and trained our people, that we are beautiful enough as black people, the moment you see a white person, you think that they are heaven on earth. And I want to challenge our women that we need to see our men in Kenya as good enough. Why we look at men in Africa? See them as good enough. Not everybody who is white is heaven on earth. I'm not saying white people, there's something wrong with white people, but we need to guard against certain forms of neo-colonization, where people come here and ridicule and shame African women and misuse them. If you have sex with somebody in private, why do you want to make it a public affair? It's not anybody's business. But that is why, Madam Speaker, I don't want to talk about the name regulation, because when you talk regulation, people misunderstand. But for sure, there are certain content that should not reach us. Madam Speaker, I see nowadays, sometimes you just click on something, suddenly you see young children having sex in pools. How is that even possible? Certain things should not even be regulated against young people. It should not come to my page if I don't want to see it. So there are certain things we must be very brave as a House and confront these issues head on. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I support.
Very well. Honorable Murugara.
You have me. Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, also allow me to actually support the report by the committee and allowed the gentleman, Bob Ndolo, who brought this petition to us. Also allow me to allow the chairperson of the Committee on Public Petitions, Honorable Karemba, is here with me and is doing a good job. For a long time, we have had problems with that committee for reasons that possibly were known to all of us. But now the committee is on track, and Karemba is also a member of my committee, the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee. He never misses even one meeting. At 10 o'clock, we are together, we start with him, we finish, and then he goes to public petitions, and he does it very well. Note that I think he needs to grow in Justice and Legal Affairs Committee too, where he's doing a good job. Madam Speaker, it is true we should not ban TikTok. It's one of the social media arms of communication. I may not know a lot about it, simply because my age doesn't allow me to know some of these things that happen with our little children out there. But from what I have heard about TikTok, and what I know it does to young people, there is absolute need for us to regulate it. We can do this through statute, or we can go to our ICT Act, amend it, the Communications Act, amend it, and we have regulations that will actually guide us on how this branch of social media is going to be handled. The stakeholders who came to this particular petition were all candid that there is need for regulation. Not even one would advocate for saving it away from a ban without regulation. Because if we don't regulate it, then we ban it. And there are some positive aspects of TikTok, including the youngsters who actually say in their language that they are content creators, which content they create and they post it on TikTok, and through whatever means, I don't know what it is, they are able to earn some money. And we agree that with the degree of unemployment in our country, it behoves on us to ensure that available money is tapped and used for the benefit of our youths. However, we should not derogate from our responsibility. As Honorable T.J. Kajwang has said, we are Africans and we must protect our culture and cultural practices. Those practices include taking care of our children, giving them advice, admonishing them when need be, so that we are able to grow children, nurture children who are actually responsible citizens in this country. So here comes the government making certain recommendations through the chairperson of the Petitions Committee, which recommendations are useful and which we should actually support, so that as we use the internet, as we use ICT and the other modes of communication, then we do not expose our children to danger. We must also not abrogate our responsibilities as parents As you hear Honorable TJ saying, these youngsters come home to the rooms we've set aside for them, lock themselves in there. You don't know what they are doing, and you don't hear or see them until the wee hours of the night. And that cannot be a virtue. I think we should be more, as parents, involved in the growth of our children so that we bring up responsible citizens away from some of these vices which come to us through TikTok and other applications we find on the internet. Therefore, I do support the recommendation by Honorable Karemba that we should regulate TikTok for the good of our country. I support.
Very well. Honorable Wandeto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to also contribute to this very important motion, and to say that from the onset I support the sentiments of the committee. Madam Speaker, we live in a very lucky generation. In one generation, we have seen the advent of the internet, the smartphone, social media, and now AI. Madam Speaker, just to remind you that the World Wide Web, as we know it, is just a 1991 invention. So as a generation, we are very lucky. And these inventions have fundamentally reshaped how we live, how we parent, how we govern, and even how power is exercised, just like we saw in this country, in 2024. Madam Speaker, even thinking about banning TikTok would raise a few fundamental issues. One of it, Madam Speaker, is that this would be a complete violation of our Constitution, which guarantees freedom of expression. And, Madam Speaker, even if we were to ban TikTok, we would need to ban all the others, because the youth will just move to the other platform and to the other platform. And also, from a technical point of view, I know that there are very many workarounds. The same way people in China today use WhatsApp, although it's banned. People in India are using TikTok, although it's banned, because there's always technical workarounds around these things. The second thing, Madam Speaker, is the economic opportunity that we would be sacrificing through such a ban. It is important to note that TikTok, and indeed all other social media platforms.
Honorable Wandeto, would you like to be informed by Honorable Mushomba?
I don't wish to be informed.
Continue
unless
then.
you insist.
Continue, do not expound on it. Just
Thank you.
accept or not.
Madam Speaker, the second issue is the opportunity, for revenues. Today we know that hundreds, if not, hundreds of thousands of our youth, and not just youth, including older people, are now deriving economic opportunity from the use of social media. And this has come in handy in an economy or a government that doesn't seem to have very good ideas on how to create jobs for the youth. The third one, Madam Speaker, is the economic opportunity. Today, just in this house, we passed the digital taxes, which now we have some of the multinationals that are in this social media platform, and even indeed some of our digital content creators, joining the formal economy and paying taxes. So, Madam Speaker, what we need to think about is strengthening regulation. Because as Kenya, we cannot go the route of countries such as Somalia, which I know has banned TikTok, countries such as Iran, countries such as Afghanistan and the rest, which are extreme cases which Kenya cannot borrow from. I think we should focus on three things, Madam Speaker. The first one is strengthen regulation. And the data protection, the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner needs to be strengthened to be able to have teeth to bite some of these companies when they are not properly moderating content. I am aware companies like Meta and even TikTok itself have local offices with moderators who basically are always looking at what our people are posting, and they are always checking and moderating what is happening. The second one, Madam Speaker, is we need to start a curriculum to also teach our children how to navigate this new world that we find ourselves in. So how do we ensure that we introduce part of the curriculum, mental health issues, even taken to our institution, so that our people also do not suffer a new addiction called social media. So, Madam Speaker, I will conclude by saying that we should not even think of banning. What we need to do is to strengthen regulation and governance around social media. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity.
Very well said. And just to guide you, Honorable Member Forteto, this report does not say ban. It actually says regulate. Yes, just to be on record. Honorable members, just to guide you, you have 5 minutes. Kindly arrange your thoughts so that you take the 5 minutes. I am seeing like you're being caught off guard, thinking it's 10 minutes. The next chance will go to Professor, member for Maiden, Professor Bato. What is happening to Professor? You have 2 microphones. Okay, now one.
Shifting. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to also make my contribution on this motion on the consideration of TikTok banning or not banning in Kenya. And I want to laud the committee for such a very elaborate presentation on TikTok. And Madam Speaker, I think it's not just in Kenya where we are grappling with such an issue. I think it is world over. Countries like America, USA, China, India, I think it's just a debate which is world over. And Madam Speaker, it takes me down memory lane once upon a time when the issue of mobile phones started, and also the issue of computers. And everybody was wondering how the world would be, how the future would be, and it became a big challenge, but now it is behind us. Phones are with us, computers are with us. I think perhaps what we need is a robust social media regulation in its entirety, so that we can comp out everything which affects us in its entirety in as far as social media. Madam Speaker, the other day I was looking through a PhD thesis for one of my students, and I sat down with a big document the whole day, and my son came and he was like, "What are you reading the entire day? What is it that you are looking for?" So I said, "I'm examining this thesis," and he said, "Can I have the evaluation tool?" I gave him the evaluation tool in soft copy and the thesis in soft copy, and within 5 minutes, he gave me an entire report on what I was writing. And surprisingly, it was almost similar with what I was doing. So I sat down and said, okay, how analog am I? I mean, these things are moving faster, and that is even what is happening in our classrooms. Even the National Examination Council now is having also challenges on how to examine our students. Even in the universities, in lecture halls, it's becoming a big challenge. It's a debate which we need not just do a superficial work, but we go deeper, because it is going to be there with us, and it is going to be there for a long time. And we are members of parliament, and it is in parliament where we make laws. So it is upon us now to sit down and come up with regulations, come up with laws which govern this media in its entirety, without also infringing on the Chapter 4 of the Constitution on the Bill of Rights, because it's also another story. So what we need to look at is maybe to censor content, look at the content and censor, protect minorities vulnerable people like children who become all the time victims of media, because it is not possible, or it has reached a stage where it's not possible to manage young people, even if you are a parent. Like for me, a mother and I have my kids, and there are some things, it reaches a time when they will just say, Mom, you can't go beyond here, even if they are my children. So we need to put in place structures, maybe come up with a procedure on how to handle this, and that's what I said, a robust social media policy, and make it work for everyone. Look at even how to monetize it so that people can make money and look at it positively, other than misusing it and maybe creating explicit content which is not good for our children, which is not good for us. I think if well regulated, it is going to take us to another level. It is not bad. It is something whose time has come, and it is high time we sit down and we look at it and see how we can benefit and how it can boost communication and content creation, money making, everything. I think regulating it is going on the right direction, because it is going to be there with us for a long time and we cannot run away from it. It is something which is not bad. It is good. It's on.
Very well. Honorable Dr. Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to join colleagues in supporting this report of the committee. Honorable Speaker, I first of all want to thank the petitioner and thank the committee for changing the thing from banning to regulating the issue of TikTok. Honorable Speaker, I think many of us have said it would be unconstitutional if we were to ban, and it's good that now we are talking about regulation. But all said and done, Honorable Speaker, I think there are benefits associated with TikTok, even as we talk about the bad things to do with the TikTok. One of them is sharing information, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you realize that within a very short time, information is able to move from one corner of this country to the other corner through TikTok, within a very short time. At the same time, Honorable Speaker, I've realized that very many of our young people are actually making money out of this. And this is good for the economy because of the level of unemployment. Most of our people have gone to school, they have several degrees in their pockets, but they're not able to access any form of employment or genuine employment. So anytime they're able to make any coin from this TikTok, I think it's something worth supporting. The other thing I've also discovered, Honorable Speaker, because TikTok also brings some pictures, and that helps most of our people also to get to know who is who in terms of leaders and all that. But all said and done, there are also some negative parts of it, and that's why I support the word regulate. And I really wish that we become more serious on regulation. Because as Honorable Kajwang did say, I think we still remain Africans. And as Africans, there are things which are not part of our culture. It is not part of our culture, Honorable Speaker, to see people in their natural suit, irrespective of where. Whether you are an old man, whether you're a young person, we don't expect Kenyans to do things when they're in a natural suit. And I think that's something really, to me, anytime I look at those things, I feel bad as an African. So I think we need to encourage our people and tell them that at the end of the day, we still remain Africans. It's good to admire foreign culture, but we must realize that those things look unique to us, look funny when our parents, when our elders see these things. So the issue of regulating, Honorable Speaker, is a matter we really want to support, and I think we need to empower bodies which can do that regulation, so that the content which goes out there, Honorable Speaker, even if they say make money, is also in line with our culture, and we don't really get this thing blown out of proportion. So I totally support regulation. What I don't know is who is supposed to do that, and I think as we move to the future, I know we have the Communication Authority in Kenya and all that, but Honorable Speaker, you realize, even in the past, we have said there are movies which have been shown on television, on cinema halls, which should not be screened on the basis of age. I don't know what we'll do to ensure that we factor in the age element, because to me, what is critical is age. There are things, as Honorable Member can see, and I will not mind,
There are things which my son will see, and he might not be comfortable with that. There are things which my mother, who is elderly, would see, and she cannot believe. She would think this is a culture shock. So all these things, Honorable Speaker, I think what we need to do is, we need to come up with a system whereby we can filter this information so that the information get to the right different age groups is the right information. If we do that, Honorable Speaker, I think we'll be safe at home. At times, you see very young children. You know, these days, that I think is part of the upbringing, that anytime you go to a home, you find for the young ones to be fed, they are given a phone. They are in the cartoons or watching those things, Honorable Speaker. And what is happening at times, you might be surprised with the kind of the content, because the content is not restricted. So we are saying basically, let's come up with a very strict way of restricting the content. And if we do that, Honorable Speaker, we will be taking care of the advantages of TikTok and also taking care of the disadvantages, or what I call content which should not be publicly screened to every handout or to every young person. With those remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mayaka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also stand to support the committee report on the regulations of TikTok. Honorable Speaker, for me, first of all, this is very exciting because I remember when the petition by Bob Ndolo first came to Parliament, all of us were really looking forward to get the views of the different stakeholders and to also have an opportunity to debate. And the reason, Honorable Speaker, why this is very important, and maybe just for context, is the economic value that comes with these spaces, and especially TikTok. Because, Honorable Speaker, when you look at TikTok, some of the top TikTokers, when you look at the top 10, they actually earn annually, in terms of Kenya shillings, 2 billion. With the guy who has the highest number of followers in TikTok, 650 and above, who is currently at a value of 20 billion in terms of his wealth, and that's from TikTok. So that shows you just how economically viable this particular space is. But also, Honorable Speaker, in as much as we do not want to be in a space where we are stifling innovation, we also want to ensure that the innovation is properly regulated. And Honorable Speaker, I've seen some of the issues that came through from the stakeholders and also from the committee members, especially when you look at the angle of the current regulatory space within which we are. Because there are two aspects to this. There's the human moderation aspect, and then there's the artificial intelligence aspect. And for us as a country, and the company that has the mandate to actually help us in regulating this space, the reports have shown that they have not been able to do enough. And one of the reasons, Honorable Speaker, is because when you look at the different laws we have within our country, including the KICA Act, when you look at the Cyber Security Act, all the regulations that we currently have do not speak directly to social media. And Honorable Speaker, I've seen the recommendations that have been done by the committee. The recommendations, if you pile up all the things that they actually want to be done in terms of the law infrastructure, it will take us a very long time. So for me, Honorable Speaker, I think the most viable recommendation will be an aspect of an omnibus bill, whereby the committee of CII can come with an omnibus bill that seeks to look at all the specific laws that involve social media regulation, because again, we are not just looking at TikTok. We do also have Instagram, we have Telegram, which has even more explicit material currently. We need to have a set of laws done at one go that are able to actually regulate all these spaces. And Honorable Speaker, the other thing why I agree with the members who say that we cannot totally ban TikTok is because the world is currently in the Industry 4.0, otherwise known as the Fourth Industrial Revolution, that really supports the use of machine, the use of intelligence, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, so you cannot avoid this. But also, Honorable Speaker, the recommendations from the Public Petition Committee are very futuristic. Futuristic in the sense that the world is now going into the fifth industrial revolution, which seeks to ensure that there's an actual combination of artificial intelligence and human intervention working together for the social benefit and the ethical arrangement of the world. So for me, once we are able to actually do this and have this in place, as a country, we will be in the space of where the world is going into, the Industry 5.0. So, Honorable Speaker, I just want to join fellow members in also just supporting this and recommending that we do have the setup of these laws as soon as possible so that we can have some of these issues that came into light cured. With those remarks, I support and I submit. I thank you.
Thank you. Moses Kirima, member for Central Imenti.
Thank you. We have seen it being addressed in foreign countries, and a number of countries are banning it. Especially, seen it being addressed in UK, India, and also in China, and also in America. And the origin of this TikTok issue is from China. But to us, see, a country like Kenya, the establishment of this social form of communication or form of giving and disseminating information to people like us by the youth is an essential or commodity. Because first and foremost, Madam Speaker, if you walk along the Nairobi street on a weekday, you'll be surprised the kind of the youth who are lining the streets, especially on Sundays, creating content. And those content end up in the TikTok. And when they do the same, they earn some money, which at least if they are not employed, it creates jobs. It creates jobs for them. More than that, it helps to disseminate information to the other youths who are not yet exposed, and if it's used on the right manner, actually it's going to be a very big form of employment to our youth. It's not necessarily that a TikTok is used in a manner which is going to cause to be injurious to our youth or to our children. In one or the other, when it is used properly, it really become a benefit to the families. Because even the youth, especially like now when we are facing a lot of hardship, the economic hardship and the lack of employment in our society, in the Republic of Kenya, TikTok is of much assistance. And mine is to say that we require prudent regulations. Regulations which, if they are used wisely, we will be able to manage and control what is poisonous to our children, and make sure that it is not really criminalized, but it's going to be managed in a way that it will not be able to, we will not expose the children to those what is not good. If we look at the things which we say that they are an African or they are not culturally right, Madam Speaker, we should not forget that culture evolves. A number of things which we say or which we look at them as if they are obnoxious are this during our hard time in age. With the current generation or with the current children we have, those who are between 25 and below, to them they are ordinary. And especially even when it comes to dressing, you know, sometimes back, you could not see a girl dressing with clothes which could not cover their knees. But these days, they dress to an extent that things are even
I don't know what is hidden and what is exposed because it's all the same. So to me, we shouldn't be able not to curtail the right of communication for our youth, trying to gaggle the TikTok issue. But the law shouldn't be applied prudently, especially when we look at the acts which exist. There is the Cybercrime Act, there is the social media rules and regulations to control the same. And as for that, those acts are in one way or the other providing enough cover and protection to make sure that if they are obeyed and followed properly, surely TikTok can be able to exist. With those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I really support this bill.
Thank you. Member for West Mugirango.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this great opportunity to also support this report. From the chair of the Petitions Committee, with whom I share a sitting in JLAC, and this is his first report I am seeing, I have been underestimating his ability, but I'm now convinced beyond doubt that the Petitions Committee is doing a fantastic job. Indeed, he doesn't carry himself as one who can deliver such a fantastic report. Humility usually is with very clever people. Madam Speaker, technology is an enabler of every service delivery. And any technology, including the TikTok we are talking about, should only be regulated, not banned. And for that reason, I thank this committee for living with the times and for making the 13th Parliament a proud parliament that would regulate any product that comes to this country rather than being selfish and slow-moving by thinking of banning it. When you look at other mainstream media, there is regulation through the Media Council. And as the mainstream media is regulated, so should be every media, including social media, including the TikTok. And I urge inventors, particularly those in social media, to rise to the occasion like the mainstream media rose and set up a self-regulation for themselves. It's unfortunate that it is Parliament now pushing for this regulation, meaning therefore that these inventors are not living with the times. I have noticed that we are saying the social media unregulated is only dangerous to young persons. Madam Speaker, I think bad content is bad no matter the age, because it is not a license that once you are an adult, you go exhibiting your nudities and what is done in bedrooms and splashing them in social media. A bad thing is a bad thing for anybody, and that moral decadence should be stopped for all ages. Adulthood is no license for exhibiting immorality and annoying, particularly those adults who are not very lucky to all the time live with their spouses. You can imagine how disturbing it can be for such married but unaccompanied adults. Madam Speaker, it is also important that through this regulation, every content gets ownership. You are all aware that cyber bullies take advantage of anonymity and unregulated environment to bully anybody they target, including political competitors. It is therefore important that through this regulation, every content creator takes responsibility. How I wish that we got a mechanism of licensing any content creator. We got a way to track who owns or who has created what content, and those who target defaming or adulterating people's reputation, they should be held to account. Madam Speaker, we must insist on this regulation so that those who are propagating their prejudices through religion, through other idiosyncrasies, such people should be made to account, and it is with those few remarks that I support. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Through you have learned there is a new category of married and unaccompanied people. Member for Nyeri Town. Honorable Madenke.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support the report of the committee recommending that we regulate social media platforms, including TikTok. And I would like to correct maybe the impression that could have been created by previous speakers on the floor of this House who have referred to banning of TikTok. Nowhere in the recommendations of this committee has the issue of banning TikTok been addressed. And in fact, it is the position of the committee that banning TikTok would be contrary, would violate our constitution. So let it become clear that the proposal is on regulation. And
Honorable DMM,
yes,
we were very clear that it is the petitioner who had proposed the ban, but committee has proposed regulation.
That is what I wanted to come out clearly, Madam Speaker, that the committee has actually declined to ban TikTok as per the petition, but has gone a step further and recommended a regulation, and it's not just for TikTok, but social media platforms. Honorable Speaker, the regulation could include self-regulation. Like we have community rules and community standards on WhatsApp and other social media platforms. But most importantly, Honorable Speaker, is that as we regulate, we must appreciate the economic contribution of social media platforms, especially in an era where the globe has gone digital. That we live in a global village, and the definition of work, as traditionally we have known it, has been completely disrupted and changed with the advent of digital platforms and digitization. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, the regulation that we propose, even as we confer the powers to regulate on certain bodies that are existing, like the Constitutional Commission and the Ministry of Interior, it is imperative that these regulations must be supportive of the economic opportunities that the digital arena continues to provide, especially for our young people. Madam Speaker, the AI, the artificial intelligence age is uncharted waters. It holds potential opportunities. In fact, it is being said that the next millionaires and billionaires are going to be made by the AI space. And therefore, our regulation must be as forward-thinking as possible. It must capture the reality of what our young people are able to do positively using the social media, but at the same time, protect us and as a country and our communities from the negative side, from the negative unintended consequences and also side effects of the digital space and social media use. Madam Speaker, our Constitution guarantees a lot of rights. But at the same time, The Constitution also does delineate very clearly the limits of the enjoyment of those rights. And therefore, these regulations, the proposed regulations that the committee has recommended, must also ensure that we operate within the boundaries, clear boundaries that are set within the freedoms that are provided by our Constitution. Madam Speaker, the other issue is the question of data protection in the social media space. And this is an area that a lot of infringements have happened. Madam Speaker, I support with the rider that the regulations must be supportive of the exploitation of the economic opportunities that exist. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mule.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I raise to support the committee's, the Public Petitions Committee's recommendation to regulate the TikTok as a digital social media, but not to ban as the petitioner had requested. One, we are moving to the digital world, so we cannot tend to move backwards. Everything is getting to digital, and that is the route that we should take as a country. We should not go back while others are going forward. Like we have AIs that is in the digital space, and as a country, we cannot afford to ban TikTok. However, when TikTok was introduced to the country, there was a lot of heat that brought with TikTok. Like, for example, we used to have people going, it was called going live on TikTok, where people, you used to see nude photos, people doing these funny acts of making love on this platform, which brought a lot of heat to the country. And I guess that is what was pushing this petitioner to petition the ban of TikTok. But lately we've become of age, and it's settling, and the right content is coming. And again, some of the other things that warranted the banning of TikTok was the impact it would have on national security, because the TikTok, you cannot have the authenticity. We cannot be the information that is coming out would not be authentic information that comes out of TikTok and might cause national security. However, it has several advantages. One of the advantages of TikTok is it creates monetary values, like many have said, many contributors have said. For example, the young people are going live, and the young people are making money when they do the content creation. In these social places, like in my hometown, you find that many young people are occupying the social places. And when you ask what they are doing content creation. And from the content creation, they make money. That is one way of engaging the youth so that they can make money. Another thing is on the advantage of TikTok is easy way to communicate. If something happens, like right now, it goes viral, meaning that it's like you are getting real-time information. So with TikTok, communication is very easy and gets to everywhere. Another advantage of TikTok is you learn so many great things and good things. Not only bad things are learned from TikTok. Like, for example, You can learn cooking various foodstuffs. You can learn cooking fish, making eggs, making all types of foods you can learn from watching TikTok. And also, it is very informative. Like, you can learn how to repair phones, how to repair cars, how to repair. It's a good thing when you use it properly. And also, it is very entertaining. TikTok it's very entertaining. I find myself spending a lot of time being entertained when I go through and flip through the TikTok. Again, it's a way of advertising your products if you want it to reach to many people. TikTok, you can really advertise your products easily. But however, there are two things that can better.
I say time is 5 minutes. Your time is up. Honorable Oundo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me also join my colleagues on commenting on the petition by the Petition Committee. But just want to correct my colleague, TJ Kajwang. I have adult children, even though I have other now children phase 3. And see, that's how life goes on. So I speak for these ones who needs to be protected in life. Honorable Speaker, we find ourselves in a conundrum. Technology has come, and we have no means of restricting the expansion and growth of technology. But we must also admit technology can be destructive if not well managed, if not well regulated. Honorable Speaker, there is a common joke now going around. The greatest challenge faced with the world at the moment is artificial intelligence and natural stupidity. Those are now the joke going around. That those two combined together, they're going to destroy this world. And we just hope it will destroy other, but those of us, the old geezers, will remain because I think we can deal with it. Honorable Speaker, I'm a man who believes in freedom of expression. I'm a man who believes that everybody must be given a right to say whatever they want. And the only thing we can do, I might not disagree with you, but I have got a constitutional right to protect your right to say so. The same way, let people use social media whichever way they want. But unfortunately, as my seniors have said, we're an African society guided by certain norms and values. We just hope and pray, and I want to appeal to those who use social media. Of course, when the petition came to ban TikTok, I was apprehensive because any attempt for Parliament to sanitize such kind of a request will actually be unconstitutional and be playing in the hands of those people who believe this 13th Parliament has got a challenge. And these challenges, will talk about them, regardless whether we are going to be expelled or not. Honorable Speaker, we must protect the young ones. In Australia, they have banned the under 16 in social media, simply to allow them to develop their faculties naturally as expected. I've just been Googling, I'm told TikTok is banned in India, Afghanistan, the restrictions in US, Canada, Australia. Let me also admit, to go on record, I've not joined TikTok because I've been told it's bad. So I will need to sit with my young adult children to show me how to use it without hurting me or damaging my minds. Honorable Speaker, I just want to go through, there's a recommendation here which I read somewhere that requires a bit more explanation, and probably about those people who manage the backside, the back end. Is it called back end? Back end, whereby they must find a ways of ensuring their cycle, their social life is protected. And I think that's an area that we need. Yes, ensuring the human content moderators have adequate psychosocial support. Because for us to regulate, to ensure we only churn out what is positive, there must be somebody sitting behind to make sure that ban or that regulation is enforced. I do not know if I have got the capacity to see the kind of nudity, the kind of negative, to see all through. I'm sure there must be a way, they must find a way of being supported, otherwise they will break down. Honorable Speaker, I still believe let's use social media safely, judiciously, in a manner that promotes our culture and a manner that promotes family values. I would not go for any ban if any regulation should be in such a way it does not stifle creation, content creation, innovation, but protects especially the family and the young children. For that, I support the petition and I commend him. At least now the petition committee is working. Thank you.
Honorable Njeri.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I do take note that the petitioner had prayed that TikTok is entirely banned in Kenya and appreciate the committee for disregarding that request. Honorable Speaker, I will deviate from the contributions that have been done on this floor and confirm that I am an active TikTok member. And I use the platform to educate the young people on the legislation initiatives I undertake on the floor and other constituency engagements. Honorable Speaker, I have read this report extensively, and my law lecturer taught me to always look for the devil in the details. And I do ask myself, why now? What is the rationale behind it? How extensive will these regulations be? Will they be used to stifle dissent, to stifle key fundamental rights and freedoms guaranteed by the Constitution of this great Republic of Kenya? And I ask this, Honorable Speaker, because we do not live in a vacuum. We have seen that autocratic governments that seek to govern absolutely stifle any means of communication that the young people use to reach out to each other, to engage as a community. Besides, I have heard members say that they saw very graphic details on TikTok. TikTok operates on a very sequential algorithm. It operates on a For You page. So it feeds you what you search for. It feeds you the information that you're looking for, Honorable Speaker. And, Honorable Speaker, it is therefore important that perhaps before we utter some things on this floor, we are aware of how TikTok operates. Honorable Speaker, countries like Bangladesh, when they had restrictions on TikTok during election period, the country went down in ruins. So it is imperative for this report to capture the extent of these regulations that will be proposed on TikTok and any other social media platform. Oftentimes, Honorable Speaker, when people feel that perhaps the government is trying to stifle expression of their rights, we always see explosions, and we do not want to see that because we know that we are nearing the election period in 2027, Honorable Speaker. The morality of a society is a mirror of that community, Honorable Speaker. A lot of immoral things or things that would be categorized on the sphere of immoral are happening, Honorable Speaker, not only on social media platforms, some of them are being perpetuated. When young people are killed by the government, that is something that is immoral, Honorable Speaker. So it is not only about social media platforms. We must get to the devil in the details in regard to these regulations. Honorable Speaker, as a wind-up, TikTok has been a platform where community matters, social matters are addressed. It is a support community for many young people and others in the society. At the advent of the 2024 protests, when young people were arrested and most of them could not raise cash bail, I engaged a very popular TikToker who goes by the name Rigathigachagua. And I'll leave it there because those who know him, know him. And we managed to raise a tune of Kenya shillings 1 million, which paid cash bail for young people who come from underprivileged backgrounds. So this is a platform that, yes, regulations will be there. We must be told to what extent. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Ibrahim Sanei.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, TikTok has both good and the bad. The good things ordinarily don't need any regulations because they are good. What needs regulations are the bad things. And here we are discussing on the bad side of TikTok. Advanced countries that have industrialized are the ones who are the source of these technological advancements. And in doing so, they are not friendly to our cultures because of our incapacity. They are not friendly to our values, Madam Speaker. So the need for regulation is mandatory. If we don't regulate, then there will be legal suits following. There will be financial losses for businesses and individuals. There shall be damages because of defamation and the kind of thing. And operational damages because of misinformation that are related to the contents of that negative TikTok. Madam Speaker, there is so much defamation on persons, communities, companies, any entity that is being publicized and regulated all over without control, bringing damage. There are things of criminal nature that goes through TikTok that needs control. Madam Speaker, businesses are being damaged because of business rivalry. Some contents, if not controlled, cause undue negative rivalry. Madam Speaker, there is a lot of immorality, nudity, promiscuity propagated by TikTok. At night, in as much as we always stand for a 24-hour economy, our boys and girls are in petrol stations taking pictures that are not within the standard of the norms and cultures of the African society. Madam Speaker, some of the things happening in TikTok border on national insecurity. That needs to be regulated and tamed. Madam Speaker, with artificial intelligence, anything can be done on your photo. Anything can be said about you that is not yours. Impersonation, propaganda, filthy things about a honorable member like you, Madam Speaker. We need to manage this. Our social values are eroded. We can't just be importers and acceptors of anything that comes to us. As a country, we must have mechanisms to regulate the bad side of TikTok and maintain the good side of TikTok. That's what I mean. Madam Speaker, that is my contribution. If you would allow me, tomorrow is the beginning of Ramadan. I would wish from the floor of this House, and it is equally an ash day for our Christian brothers, I would wish to take this moment to allow a very peaceful Ramadan for Muslims and a happy Ash Day for our Christian brothers. With those few contributions, I support.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sanei. And as a Christian, the Ash Wednesday is not just a date followed by the Lent season, so it's also going to be together with Ramadan. Honorable members, I know there's a lot of interest, and unfortunately our time is up. This debate will continue, so you will have the opportunity to make your contribution. Be upstanding.